going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Come 8,794,726. Miyadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
You have to be fast. Of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we the Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, the refinery, navigator, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. You be the move, I be the master. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my temple, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you wife, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master. I hear you.
And there it is right there. He hears you, but can you hear me? He hears you, but can you hear me? Let me make sure. You know, anytime I watch this thing back, I'm never quite sure that the visuals are visualing in the manner that they should visual. So let me try and get it right from the get-go. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. I know that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you? So we have a very it's a singular focused session, this particular session now, and we're looking to speak to one, the we will use the Chimamanda Adichie. We will use her unfortunate incident to delve into the Nigerian healthcare system and to see really what the fault lines are, what was gotten wrong, and what was gotten right. So we will look at that incident, and there's a slight element of politics into it as well. As tragic as the incident is, there's somewhat of an undercurrent of politicization going on, and we want to go into that space as well and ask if even the loss that so painful, the loss that Chimamanda Adichie, so painful that loss, is it still something that should be leveraged for political purposes? And is there nowhere there is off limits to be politicized? So we're going to go into that as well. So we're going to go into a whole raft of all manners of everything. We will touch base with the Wike Fubara situation that is fast developing. Fubara has come out to speak, but he has not said anything significant. Tinubu is wading in yet again, but for how long will Tinubu continue to peacemake these two factions that shows no intentions of having peace between them? So we'll be going into that as well. Fubara versus Wike, and we'll be asking the question: is it now time for Tinubu just to pick a winner and back that person? You know, because he can't in perpetuity be asking them to make peace when clearly, patently, the knives are completely sheathed, you know, and the blade is sharp, and these guys are ready to slash each other to pieces. So Tinubu really has two options. He either picks a winner or he just ignores them and lets the blood flow in that particular. So we're going into that space as well. We'll be going into a whole myriad of everything. We'll be going into Kano State politics as well. And we'll be asking, is Kwakwanso still as relevant as it previously was? Or is it living off old glory? Because if you strip Kwakwanso of the influence of the governor of Kano State, if you strip him of having been the puppet master of Kano State House, then what potency does he have? What's the potency of Kwakwanso? He has the Kwakwansia movement, but I'm not quite sure how firmly that movement still stands by him. That is really where the question is. How firmly does the Kwakwansia movement still stand by Rabiu Kwakwanso? And if his politics is at odds with their well-being, with their politics, then there's somewhat of there's a chink in there somewhere that is starting to crack into somewhat of a chasm. So we're going to that space as well, go into Kano politics, and we'll be because Ganduje has come back from Dubai. You know, since that Ganduje left Frontline, he has gone to the Middle East. That's where they all live, by the way. Nobody lives in Nigeria. No politician lives in Nigeria. They come to Nigeria to work, and then they go back home to either the Middle East or in Buhari's case, the preference of the Buhari family is the United Kingdom. All of the family lives in the UK. Nobody, no serious person lives in Nigeria. You know, they just go there to take money. It's only barbarians, it's only savages like you people that live in Nigeria. People like us don't live in that place, in a place like that. God forsake. Look at Chimamanda Adichie now. She went on holiday. She went as 5. You know, she has 3 children. Of course, her and her husband as well. So they went as 5, and they are coming back as 4. She has twin boys, which is to back up her daughter. So they went as 5, and they are coming back as 4. So that's why civilized human beings like myself would never live in a place like Nigeria, but barbarians like yourselves can live there. But that's a joke, of course. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you are having a gloriously wonderful day so far as we launch into yet another weekend. Not another weekend, though. We're coming out of a weekend and launching into a week. So as we launch into another week, but the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. If you have not already clicked on like, please click on like. If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. You can see we're looking for 100, not 1, not 10, but 100 new subscribers in the course of this stream. A lofty ambition, you say, but we have well in excess of 1,000 to 1,500 watching us averagely every single stream. So it's not too lofty an ambition. If everybody out of the 1,500 or maybe more people that historically watch the streams, if every one of those people that is not already subscribes, then we will hit the 100 very easily. So if you're not already subscribed, just subscribe. It's just one flick of a lousy button. Do that and have it done with. So all that. So like, share, subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your ticket to ride. So if you want to ride on the Juggernaut train, that is the one man went to more experience, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will pop you into a studio space. As soon as I finish doing my opening monologues, then I'll invite your thoughts. So you all know how the system works anyway. I don't really need to introduce how these things work to anybody. If you want to come and talk, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and then come up. So we'll be wrapping the conversation essentially and especially around the Chimamanda Adichie narrative. Like, share, and please make sure you're sharing. Share the stream and then tell me in the comment section that you have shared it. Like, share, subscribe. So those first three. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. And more importantly, say hello in the comment section so I can say hello back to you. You know I have no friends, so you be my friend for the moments that the stream for as long as just the stream lasts. So all that, like, share, subscribe, click on all those things that I've just said. Do all those things. So do all those things. Let's acknowledge first people already in situation as ever and forever. The first hello always from Agbado Omotinobo. There he is right there. Hello, one man. That's from Agbadorian. Good to see you, my man. This is okay now. This saying hello, one man. You may want to tell us where you're joining us from as well, just to know how expansive the reach is of the stream. That's okay now. Saying hello, hello to you, my guy. That is H-E, okay. Singing, it says lovely music. R.I.P. to Cardinal Rex Jim Lawson. If you knew what that music was, you may not be saying lovely music. That was actually the song that was mocking the killing of the Saldana of Sokoto. So maybe you don't know, but that's what that song was saying. That's the elegant, the delectable Chioma right there saying good evening, guys. So that's Chioma back from Dirty December to the hard slog of yet another year, doing the cycles, work, sleep, repeat. Work, sleep, repeat. AY for real, of course. Everybody's favorite guy. And that is Princess Rosie right there. Greetings to you, my honorable one mind. Good day to you, my liege, my royal highness. So there she is right there. And that is Olatubosun right there. So Olatubosun, good day to you. So say hello in the comment section. Acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. So let's get straight into it. So even Tinubu, your president, he sent out condolences to Chimamanda Adichie. So why did Tinubu send out condolences to Chimamanda Adichie? I think she has a middle. Is it Ngozi? Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. If I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, but Chimamanda Adichie, we know her as. So Tinubu sent condolences to her. So why did Tinubu send condolences to this world-celebrated novelist and writer? So why did Tinubu send condolences to this lady? We pick it up from here. So yes, I will never survive the loss of my child, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. So I will never survive the loss of my child, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie says, as she accuses Lagos Hospital of negligence, leading to son's demise. So the politics comes in immediately, even from the headline. So, of course, sympathy for her loss. So I mean, anybody that is a parent, I am a parent, and I'm sure a lot of you are parents too. So anybody that is a parent, immediately your heart leaps. Because there is one prayer that every parent prays, that you should never outlive your child. So that is almost a cardinal, you know, it's like a cardinal sin. Let me put it that way. So that's almost the cardinal sin. So, but yes, I will never survive the loss of my child. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie says, as she accuses Lagos Hospital of negligence leading to son's demise. So let's pick it up from here. Renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has accused a Lagos-based hospital of negligence, leading to the demise of her 21-month-old son, Nkanu. So Nkanu is the name of the boy. In a personal statement released to family members and close friends, Chimamanda gave a detailed account of the circumstances surrounding his death. The statement reads, "My son will be alive today if not for an incident at Eurocare Hospital on January the 6th. We were in Lagos for Christmas." You know, it was only now when I saw this statement, because I read this earlier, it was only now when I read this statement that I realized that she was actually in Lagos. I thought, because my understanding is that Chimamanda Adichie, she prefers to spend her time in the Southeast. So I thought the incident happened in the Southeast, and then they rushed the child to Lagos for reasons that, of course, there's no medical facility in the Southeast. But apparently, allegedly, the incident actually happened in Lagos State. So let's take it from the top again, just so that you're fully in sequence with what's going on. I will never survive the loss of my child, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie says, as she accuses Lagos Hospital of negligence leading to son's demise. Renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has accused the Lagos-based hospital of negligence leading to the demise of her 21-year-old son, Nkanu. In a personal statement released to family members and close friends, Chimamanda gave a detailed account of the circumstances surrounding his death. The statement reads, "My son would be alive today if not for an incident at Eurocare Hospital on January the 6th. We were in Lagos for Christmas. Nkanu had what we first thought was just a cold, but soon turned into a very serious infection, and he was admitted at Atlantis Hospital. He was to travel to the United States the next day, January the 7th, accompanied by traveling doctors. A team at John Hopkins was waiting to receive him in Baltimore. The Hopkins team had asked for a lumbar puncture test and an MRI. The Nigerian team had also decided to put a central line used to administer IV medication in preparation for Nkanu's flight. Atlantis Hospital referred us to Eurocare Hospital, which was said to be the best place to have the procedure done. The morning of the 6th, we left Atlantis Hospital for Eurocare. Nkanu carried in his father's arms. We were told he would need to be sedated to prevent him from moving during the MRI and the central line procedure. I was waiting just outside the theater. I saw people, including Dr. M, rushing into the theater and immediately knew something had happened. A short time later, Dr. M came out and told me Nkanu had been given too much propofol. So that's Propofol, propofol, by the all these long words, all these long medical words. A short time later, Dr. M came out and told me Nkanu had been given too much propofol by the anesthesiologist. Yes, anesthesiologist. Yes, by the anesthesiologist, and had become unresponsive and was quickly resuscitated. But suddenly, Nkanu was on a ventilator. He was intubated, that would be incubated, and placed in the ICU. The next thing I heard was that he had seizures, cardiac arrest. All this had never happened before. Some hours later, Nkanu was gone. It turned out that Nkanu was never monitored after being given too much propofol. The anesthesiologist had just casually carried Nkanu on his shoulder to the theater, so nobody knows when exactly Nkanu became unresponsive. How can you sedate a child and neglect to monitor him? Later, after the central line procedure, the anesthesiologist casually switched off Nkanu's oxygen and again decided to carry him on his shoulders to the ICU. The anesthesiologist was criminally negligent. He was fatally casual and careless with the precious life of a child. No proper protocol was followed. We brought in a child who was unwell but stable and scheduled to travel the next day. We came to conduct basic procedures, and suddenly our beautiful little boy was gone forever. It is like living your worst nightmare. I would never survive the loss of my child. We have now heard about 2 previous cases of the same anesthesiologist overdosing children. Why did Eurocare or Euracare allow him to keep working? This must never happen to another child. So that's the backdrop then of how Ngozi Adichie announced then what happened to her child to the world. So we pick it up from here. So this gives us now a more detailed breakdown of exactly what happened there. So let's pick it up from here.
Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. The world was recently shaken by the tragic passing of Nkanu Nnamdi Ezike, the 21-month-old son of acclaimed author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and her husband, Dr. Ivara Ezike. Beyond the headlines lies a family in deep pain. Now, joining us to share this very painful loss and matters arising from it is Nkanu's aunt, Dr. Anthea Ezike Nwadu, a dual board-certified internal medicine physician with over 30 years of clinical experience, who is speaking out both as a family and as a medical professional in a call for transparency, accountability, and urgent healthcare. My condolences, first of all, and great to have you here on Perspectives. So let me start. We just heard the shocking news that your nephew's death was due to medical negligence. So please, can you tell us what exactly happened? First of all, our condolences, as I said before.
Thank you very much. So my nephew was admitted at Atlantis Pediatric Care Hospital and was being managed there.
Here in Nigeria?
In Lagos.
Yes.
He had been stabilized and there were plans underway to have him moved to Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. The team had requested that he receive an MRI of the brain, a spinal tap, and a central line in order to further evaluate him and prepare him for the journey. Atlantis recommended Eurocare as the best place to get these procedures done. He was transported by ambulance to Eurocare Hospital in VI and was taken to the MRI suite. At the MRI suite, he was reported to be restless. And so to do the MRI scan, you do need the patient to be still. So he received IV sedation.
He received what?
IV, intravenous sedation with propofol.
Yes. Sorry, my condolences.
So he received IV sedation for the imaging, and
there's a part of me that I don't want to be insensitive or anything, but there's a part of me that feels that, because I've watched this previously, there's a part of me that feels that this lady is milking it a little bit. I'm not quite sure what his relationship with the child is. Maybe it's auntie, or that's certainly how she was introduced. But there's a part of me that feels that she's milking it a little bit. It's a bit crying more than the bereaved sort of thing, and just just being heavy laden and just pausing for breath and wanting to be consoled and all that. maybe I'm just too cynical, maybe I'm being a bit unkind, but there's a part of me that feels that this lady is milking it a little bit.
The medical director, shortly after that, affirmed to Chimamanda that he received too much sedation. Wow. Between the MRI suite and the cardiac cath lab, where he was to receive the second procedure, the spinal tap and the central line, he was unmonitored. He was supposed to be on oxygen. He was not on oxygen. And so reportedly arrives at the cardiac cath
This
suite.
was in the same hospital, in the same building.
Reportedly arrived at the cardiac cath suite, pulseless. And so CPR was instituted. He was placed on a life support machine, mechanical ventilation. And of note, he was transported, a critically ill baby who came in on oxygen.
That was, at that time, not breathing.
That at the time was found to be pulseless and transported in a way that was not according to standards of practice, and was found to be pulseless in the cardiac cath lab. Reports, as we know, investigations are still ongoing. What happened in that interim is yet to be determined.
So, three things.
The medical negligence happened between after he got over-sedated, as affirmed by the medical director, and in addition, he was transported by the anesthetist on his shoulder, unmonitored, not on oxygen. And that is pure and total medical negligence.
Wow.
And a critical...
all right, we'll pause it there for a moment. We will listen to the rest of it, but we'll pause it there for a moment. So when she was describing now this procedure, this negligence, lack of professionalism, you will think it was some sort of backwater hospital that they took this child to. But this clinic that they took this child to is one of the preeminent clinics in Nigeria. So let's or hospital, even not a clinic. Let's have a feel. This is the EuroCare, and this is one of their advertorials speaking to the quality of service that they present. So let's find out exactly what this organization is and who is behind it.
Yeah, but my formula for patient care is really around trying to give the patient what they want. So that becomes the centerpiece for what I do as a surgeon or a clinician. Having said that, I need to sometimes try my hardest to establish truly what the patient needs. And that can be a little bit in the conversation, in the consultation. Hopefully what they want and what they need are in harmony and synchrony, which means we're all happy. But occasionally I sometimes have to change the plan of the patient because I don't think it's what they should have. The other thing that is really important to me and to my practice, of course, is that patients go through any intervention safely. None of us are magicians, and I understand surgery has risks, and my job is to extract as much information to understand the nature of the patient, any pre-existing conditions, any maybe psycho-emotional restrictions, compliance issues, bad habit issues, substance abuse issues that can help me, obviously.
All right, so that's just a flavor of the sort of people that are in charge of that that hospital. So that's just a flavor of the sort of people in charge of that hospital. And that EuroCare hospital is not just a Nigerian hospital, it's an international brand with its roots tracing back all the way to France and its ownership tracing back all the way to Japan. So it's an international brand based in Victoria Island, which is to tell you that it's a high-end brand. Do you understand? And then the patient itself, the boy herself, he is the son of a preeminent Nigerian and an international figure. So those are things that we know as factual. The clinic, the EuroCare hospital, is an international brand geared towards high-end individuals and based at Victoria Island. So that already it gives you a demography already. And then also the personality that they're treating is an internationally renowned author. So if you take those two, it doesn't correlate with what the storyline is. That some ramshackle anesthetist injects the child with too much sedation and then throws him over his shoulders to carry him to theater. It doesn't correlate. It doesn't. There's no. It doesn't synergize with what we know. But let's listen on. What are you doing here? So, sorry, no audio. Uh, sorry, no audio, Choma.
I mean, I can hear you.
But you can't hear the woman speaking.
Oh no, I can't hear her.
All right. Okay. Hold on. All right. All right. It looks as though let me see if I can actually pick it up from somewhere else. Let me try this one. Can you hear that one? Sorry, Choma, can you hear this one?
No, I can't hear it. I was able to hear it before.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened.
Are you doing the like the intro, or are we just analyzing this
No, I was
topic?
doing the intro, but if people can't hear it, then
I think this is enough. We already read the whole gist,
all
of
right.
this.
So all right. Okay. Let me introduce just one more storyline, and then we'll. So just for the benefit of Chimamanda Adichie, she lost her son to what she claims it was clinical negligence by a high-end hospital in Nigeria. But the way she describes the process, I personally felt unconvinced, because you can't have that top tier level of medical care and have them act in the manner that Chimamanda is describing. So there is something off in the narrative. Lagos State has instituted an investigation. The hospital itself, they've not yet come out to give a narration, and we don't yet know the fullness of the story of it. But already people are leveraging it to slaughter the Nigerian healthcare system. So that's the Chimamanda Adichie backstory. Apologies that you couldn't hear any of that anymore. I'm not quite sure that it got stuck in a funk, I suspect. So that gets stuck in a funk. Let's just do this quickly. Kwakwanso's influence overrated in Kano can't affect Tinubu's votes. This is NMPP distancing itself. You know, they tried to suspend Kwakwanso once from that party. All right, National Secretary of the National Secretary of the New Nigeria People's Party, Ogoni Olakosi, that's not a Yoruba name, surely, has declared that the influence of the party's former presidential candidate, Rabiu Kwakwanso, is overrated in Kano State. Olakosi said Kwakwanso's influence as a former governor of Kano State is long gone. stressing that it cannot affect Bola Tinubu's votes from the state in 2027. In a statement he signed on Sunday, Olakosi said the party's ticket is open for 2027, unlike 2023, when Kwakwanso was the sole candidate of the party. He said, anti-party activities by some members of the Kwakwansia movement after the presidential election led to the expulsion of top members, including Kwakwanso, Elder Bubagaladima, and others, which has not been reversed. I did think that they are suspended him. The NNPP tickets for the 2027 elections is open to all members, unlike in 2023, when it was solely given to Kwakwanso. Already, we have intending presidential aspirants, including 2 from the NNPP diaspora, and we're open to more, including alliances. The NNPP is open to collaboration with sister political parties that have similar ideologies in 2027. Kwakwanso does not have the selling capacity nationwide like President Bola Tinubu, with his alleged 1 million votes in Kano State. Kwakwanso's influence in Kano State is overrated at the moment, because many strategic members of the Kwakwansia movement have already defected to the APC. President Tinubu and the APC's selling point for 2027 is based on performance as the ruling party and not on due influence. Kwakwanso's influence as a former governor of Kano State is long gone and cannot affect Tinubu's vote in Kano 2027. So yes, it looks as though Kwakwanso may have been, it may have somewhat overplayed his hand, I suspect. Let's just get started. I've got Choma here. I've got Prince Daddy here as well. So let's just get started. Kick it off and then we'll see where it lands. Please, people, make sure you are subscribing, you are liking and all that. So Choma, we start it off with you. Good to have you back from your dirty December excesses. Gee. Are you there, Choma? Prince Daddy? All right, this may well be a short-lived session if nobody wants to talk to me.
I'm here, but where's Choma? I thought I heard a voice earlier.
Yes, I'm here too. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can now. We were calling you, but you were somewhat...
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
Prince Daddy, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Choma. Can you not hear us?
I can hear you. I'm not one man. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, Prince. I can hear you perfectly fine. Yes.
All right.
I think it's one man's connection. I think he's the one messing us up.
Can you not hear me? Can nobody hear me?
One man, are you there?
I am here.
One man, I can hear you and I can hear Choma, so I'm not sure.
So I think it may well be your system, Choma. All right, this is going well, isn't it?
I can't hear one man though.
Do you want to go out and come back in?
Yeah.
Let me type it to her in the comment section. Maybe she'll see it. Go out.
And then I think someone in the comment section is saying that there's no audio. So I'm not the only one that cannot hear one man. So one man said go out and come back in. Is he referring to me or himself?
Hey, one man. Choma said somebody in the chat said they can't hear.
No, that was for the video that was playing earlier on. They couldn't hear that, but I think they can hear me. Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me. If you can hear me, then I think it's Choma stuck in a funk.
Oh, okay. Let me go out and come back.
All right. Prince, so how much of this Chimamanda Adichie narrative are you following? I know it's not historically your space, but are you following the goings on there? Tragic news, but somewhat turning a bit political.
Yeah, I only heard about it from you, one man, from your headline, your caption for the show. Hello, everyone. I guess hello, one man.
Yes, hello to you. It's a tragic story, actually. She has a daughter, which she had in 2013. And now she has this now set of twins. So if you look at, she had her daughter in 2016. So if you look at the gap, it's either family planning or they needed some sort of assistance or whatever. But, you know, for 2016, 17, 18, 19. So that's like a 10-year gap. And historically, you have 3-year gaps traditionally. So there was that gap. So now she now has now this set of twin boys. So she's captured everything in one swoop. One, she's gotten the gender balance, and two, she has 2 sets of children, 2 sets of boys to match up with her already daughter, and that's a family completed right there. So now she goes to Lagos for Christmas. This is what she says. And then the boy develops what they thought was a cold. So they went to, of course, Chimamanda Adichie, globally renowned, extremely successful, money no object. So they went to what they hoped was the best possible hospital available in that space in Lagos. They went to a place called Atlantis Hospital. So when they got to that Atlantis Hospital, they did not have all of the necessaries to take care of that boy. So they then referenced them to Eurocare Hospital because the boy needed an MRI scan and then needed some sort of defibrillator or whatever it is. So he needed something placed within him. It's like some form of tube, but they don't have that procedure at Atlantis. So they referenced them to Eurocare Hospital, which they said was the best available in Lagos. So now when they got to that Eurocare Hospital, which the boy started off with what they thought was a cold, by the way. Then they had the panic that he had an infection, took him to that first hospital, which referenced them to this now new hospital. So at this new hospital, then they needed just to do some procedures. They had already alerted their medical, their hospitals in America, Johns Hopkins Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, that, look, we have an emergency, we'll be flying him out. Of course, they will already have all the medical insurance and all that. So when the Johns Hopkins Hospital, they requested that some preliminaries be done. So they wanted an MRI scan, and then they wanted the guy to be some sort of tube to be placed within the boy, which is just a little procedure, really. So they got to this hospital, and then they said before the MRI scan could take place, they needed to sedate the child. It's not even a boy, it's a child, 21 months old. So they needed to sedate the child, the baby, so that he's not moving around during when they are putting him through the machine. So this is where it started to go awry. So what she alleged is that the anesthesiologist injected him with too much the sedation, propofol or something like that. So injected him with too much of the sedatives, which then spiraled him into some sort of a coma. And then in an attempt to retrieve him, they manhandled him to the point that the baby lost his life. So this is what's been alleged. But Chioma, is that a good summary of it?
Yes, it is. It's so unfortunate. But I just feel like, yeah, there's definitely like medical negligence. I don't know why they would administer propofol to a child like that, especially if they're not going into surgery. It doesn't make sense. I mean, I understand they're trying to, keep him stable for the MRI exam, but still, it's not necessary. There's other ways they can do that without administering. Propofol is a serious sedative. It's very serious. That's actually what killed Michael Jackson. You know that, right? And then once you administer that, yeah, that's the cause of Michael Jackson's death. Actually, once you administer that type of medication, there's supposed to be serious medical, supervision, serious ones, especially oxygen. And the fact that they did not administer oxygen, I really would like to hear like from the doctor himself, like what happened. Because there's always two sides of the story.
They
You get
did
my point?
administer oxygen. Sorry, Choma. They did administer oxygen, but then she said it was latterly switched off.
So definitely they did not administer oxygen. It's the same thing I'm saying. But I still want to hear from the doctor himself to understand like what condition did the child come in and why did he choose to give propofol? There's always two sides to a story. You get my point? And I just want to hear from the doctor himself, to understand why. Because in Nigeria, everybody likes to Nigerians, not just in Nigeria, but Nigerians, they like to play doctor. Even some of our panelists here, they call themselves doctor, but they're not doctors. You get my point? So that's the issue. If people can stop playing doctors and nurses and like really be professional, and get some education, serious education, and be called a doctor and then perform your duty, then the world will be a better place. We don't need people playing doctors.
Do you believe because if you look at the hospital itself, it's an international hospital. I looked them up. It's part of a French international chain, and it has its ownership reaching all the way to Japan.
Yeah, but it's Nigeria.
Yeah, but it's based in Victoria Island as well, and it gets towards the high end of society. Do you believe that level? They said there that they carried the boy on their shoulders to take him to theater.
It sounds it's not about that level. It sounds like Nigeria. I'm sorry to say it, but that sounds like your country. That whether it's the top notch
that
or
sounds, yeah.
why do you think Tinubu and all of our politicians and the big boys, they don't go to hospitals in Nigeria? It's because of this type of stories. Nobody want to hear stories. Even simple cough. Someone like a Pabio, he's in the UK. Simple cough or chest pain. You get my point? Nobody even want to go for an assessment in Nigeria, to be honest with you, because they might end up administering an expired injection. You understand, one man?
Yes,
and these things happen.
understand.
This is Nigeria. It happens. I'm sorry. It happens. You just have to really, put your life, like just literally commit your life into Christ, because things like this happen. And as I said, you shouldn't be surprised. We have panelists on your show that like people to call them doctors, but they're not doctors. People like to play doctor on your show, on your panelist, and even in real life in Nigeria, and they're not medically certified. Just lies.
Chima, you could have had me fooled actually, because you yourself, Chima, sounded like a doctor earlier, talking about propofol and all.
Because I am in the medical field, but I know for sure some
there
people.
You go.
Yeah, but that's a fact, in America, licensed in America, but I'm just saying, like some Nigerians that I know, even on the panelists that want to play doctor, they're not doctors. I hear the way they sound ignorant. And I'm not talking about you, Dr. Simba. I know you're legit. But I'm just saying, one man, I've already told you some of the so-called doctors on your pad, they're not doctors. And the same thing in Nigeria. You can literally get a doctor's certificate and work as a doctor. All you need is a real good, you just need a real good doctor to really, guide you. And you can own your own medical. You can own your own medical practice.
You come in, Prince, but Prince Choma, here in the UK, the Indians are notorious for that. So somewhat, one of them will get a certificate, and because they are all called Patel, a whole community can use that certificate, and he will say he has trained them up. So
exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But I'm not shocked. Even why would he carry the child on the shoulders?
Yeah, but that I don't believe. Yeah, but
that's what I'm like. I need to hear from the doctor himself, the so-called doctor or the medical personnel. I need to hear their side of the story. Because some people, some family members, they can get so emotional and so hurt that they can say anything, but I just want to know what condition the child came in, and why would you administer propofol? Like, what's the deal here? Are we actually going into surgery?
All right. Let Prince Daddy chime in, and then Baba, you want to chime in as well. But we'll navigate quickly to Simba, who is the doctor, but Prince.
Yeah, woman. Medical negligence is not new here in the West. Actually, you'd be surprised in America the level of medical malpractice that goes on in this country. I had a family member had a surgery done, not in the Quark Hospital, but the doctor forgot, was a cotton bud in their body after the surgery. Americans, hospital, they shell out like millions of dollars every year due to medical malpractices, and it's a reality. So it can happen anywhere. But I don't buy into your narrative or your line of thinking that, well, because this hospital may be a prestigious hospital, therefore they can't make mistakes. Of course they can make mistakes. They're human beings working there, okay? And to Chairman's point, I mean, I'm not a doctor by any stretch, but propofol for a little, child to do an MRI or whatever, it's to me sounds like excessive, actually. If I'm not mistaken, I would think there'd be a different approach to calming the little boy to have that test done. So it's so far, I mean, we listen to one side of the narrative, but it sounds like it may be medical malpractice actually. So far being communicated. So the hospital name means nothing. Again, we have really prestigious hospitals here in America. If BT is on here, I can probably tell you also, they make a lot of mistakes. These are human beings at the end of the day. Sometimes they overwork this medical personnel, from the doctor to the nurses, and they make mistakes. And given the little baby anesthetic, it's everything so far that I've heard, not being a doctor, seems to be excessive in the approach to trying to treat this little boy. So I would like to lean a little bit maybe towards the Adichie's family in what they're saying, because I don't know why they would lie, really.
Let me hold you to that spot for a moment, Prince. So you are alarmed that Choma is saying propofol is not even something that you should be using to sedate a baby, a 21-month-old baby. So she's in the medical space so much. She's not claiming to be a doctor. Simba will come in a moment. So that's one. And then they said they did not monitor after that sedation. That's two. And then they said they did not give him sufficient oxygen. That's three. And then they said the anesthetist just carried the child casually on his shoulder to take him to theater. That's four. So now look at all of those things, and then look at the quality of the hospital that they're saying that happened in. Does he?
Yes, man. I see your point. Again, your line of thinking, but just like Chairman said, propofol for an 18-year-old baby, to me, is excessive to that point. So that's one big red flag right there. And the notion that there wasn't enough, you see, it doesn't matter what your age is. Just like she said, Michael Jackson died from, overdose on propofol. Yeah, that's what he died from. So no matter what your age is, you have to be monitored like really 100% if you are on any such medication. You have to be. So the notion that they would not monitor a little boy, it behooves me. I mean, I'm perplexed for that reason. I hope that was not the case. If that was the case, that's the highest level of malpractice in the medical field. That's crazy. So one man, and they dropped the ball. Forget about the name of the hospital, high-end hospital. They dropped the ball so far. That's what it looks like. And you said it yourself, propofol is a red flag. Not monitoring the little boy is a big red flag. So, I mean, I think they're digging themselves into a big hole.
Exactly. And they're supposed to have tested his breathing to see if he could even breathe on his own before removing the oxygen. Otherwise he will have to stay intubated. You can't just remove oxygen. You can't even breathe on your own on propofol. You get what I'm saying? So you have to test if the patient can breathe on his own before you even put him on regular oxygen. Talk less of removing the oxygen entirely. That's like crazy. I want to hear from the doctor because I don't know. There's always two sides of the story. I want to know really what happened.
Yeah, I think at this point, if I may.
Propofol, fentanyl, these are really, really classified drugs. It's not to be administered, flippantly. You have to monitor the patients at the highest level with the best medical care possible. So again, I think the hospital may be at fault if that's exactly what happened.
All right, let's bring Baba in. If you know that, then surely the doctors would know that. But Baba, what are you making? There's no
all I have to
logical
say
consistency
at this point is that I think we should all just be very calm, like the two panelists had said. Emotions run high at this point, particularly from the points of the parents, because the doctor who spoke, Dr. Esege Nwandu, that's the sister of Chimamanda's husband, and she's also a medical officer. You see, when this kind of thing happens, we parents, we rage. You understand? We don't even know what we are saying. You understand? I mean, I'm just 8 months ago, I lost a 43-year-old son, a very bright star. I lost him to cancer of the liver. You understand? And I still rage against all the hospitals, all the misadvice, from Abuja Best Hospital to Uracare, where he comes, because they are well equipped in Uracare. He came 3 times from Abuja to do a special scan. I can't remember now, except I go through my WhatsApp. Something scan. That's the only hospital that has it in Nigeria. It costs about, I think, about 3 million. 3 million actually for that scan, which they always refer him to, before we became fed up. But then he went to India because the American hospital demands, before we can arrange the papers and everything for his visa, was just cumbersome. And we were running against time because he was also misdiagnosed for a very long time in the Abuja Specialist Hospital. It's sad. I mean, I know I can understand Chimamanda's situation. I rage, and if I must confess, even there is a special, what do they call them? This cancer doctor. I want to kill her. I plan in my head, and there's nothing. It's just a painful thing. But then when you start to calm down, and the pain is never less, but it locks in the background, because it's something you think of every moment of your life. Like you said, losing a child is not something, though mine was even an adult child. You understand? And I think, because the story from the family, like the story you will hear from me from the beginning against yours. So is it the time that before he even went to India, because he flew to India twice for cyber knife surgery, non-invasive surgery. he went to do this I'm just confused now because it's something I do enjoy saying, but I've said I will share my experience maybe 1 year later from now so that people can learn. The most expensive hospital, where they have to take a sample of his liver, and they took that sample and they kept him in the hospital, and we were monitoring him from America here because the sister also is in medical line, and he was complaining that he's hungry. And I said, where's the doctor? You didn't tell them you're hungry? So at the end of the day, the sister was the one that was monitoring everything. And I think she managed to have a handle of one of the nurses, or was it a doctor? I can't remember now. And she was shouting at them that, look, this guy is there in the hospital after paying so much millions. He's hungry. And I think the doctor, after the altercation, gave the nurse some instruction. And I don't know what happened. They brought him, according to him, they brought him jollof rice. He took just one spoon before he could swallow it. He lost consciousness because somebody they cut his liver. So they took a sample. So he's not supposed to take anything peppery. So an expensive hospital hired an inadequate nurse. These are the kind of things you experience. But I think the Esege family should just keep calm and less fool, because the story they are saying too is incoherent, just like I'm incoherent even now, 8 months later. It doesn't add up, because the doctor, Chimamanda said, came to her. No doctor will just come to you and talk about propofol immediately and open up to you as to what exactly is happening. No, they will not do that. They will just only maybe keep you reassured, run away from you, and continue whatever they are doing to resuscitate the patients. That's their standard procedure. They will be avoiding you. But she said the doctor talked about propofol and everything. Like the guy gave him an overdose of propofol. No, I don't. I think I just want to keep it to incoherence, because I don't wish it for my enemy to lost a child. I don't wish it for my enemy. The pain, you choke when you even want to cry. I think Simba can help us in this. I can understand their pain.
I'm so sorry for your
Yes,
loss,
hold
Baba.
on, Choma. Thank you, Baba, and stay with us. I was aware at the time, as you know, Baba. You know, but obviously, it's not something I would say publicly. I didn't know you were quite ready to share it. It was a big loss, but
I just understand her because I've read all accounts, several accounts on the issue, and I sympathize with her. And like she said, how can she live? For me, my experience, I don't fear death anymore. I just don't care. I don't care because it's difficult. The situation. I can understand what he's going through, because I born, even as I'm speaking, I'm burning all over. So it's not a very pleasant experience. So I just want everybody to keep calm until the true stories start coming out, because we will hear the true story of things, because they said they were supposed to take the guy to John Hopkins. The following day, they were supposed to run a line. How MRI came into the picture, I do not know. because if it's air ambulance they are using or regular flight, it's still maximum 10 hours. It will be in John Hopkins, and they can do all the MRI, everything in one fell swoop. I do not. So let's just wait and don't let us rush to judgment. That's all I have to say. Thank God that a doctor is among the panelists, so he can help us shed some light into it.
All right, thank you, Baba. There's still a few questions about, but sorry, Choma, I think I got into you there, Choma. Oh, is she there? All right. Simba, yes, this is your space. There's a lot of things that doesn't. Of course, the loss of the child overrides everything else, but there's a lot of things that is not, that doesn't cohere. That doesn't align in logical consistency. They said the child started off with what they suspected was a cold, and then from that cold, suspect then an infection, and then from a cold and an infection to an MRI scan. So now, I have no medical training. All I know is that you take Panadol for a headache. That's the extent of my medical understanding. But I understand enough that an MRI scan is to scan the brain for activity. So I don't see the correlation between a cold and an infection and an MRI scan. And then the sequence of events that now led us to suddenly from a child having a minor cold, and even if he had a cold, is that sufficient enough for them to alert a medical team in the United States to be on red alert? So there's so much inconsistency there, but then of course you have to show your credentials. So because Choma is saying all of you are not doctors, but as far as we are concerned, you are. So what's going on, Simba?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Baba.
Good morning.
Hey,
Happy New Year, sir.
Happy New Year.
So I greet you, woman. I greet everybody, Ozita, everybody on the panel. Well, I have a lot of experience when it comes to this kind of a situation. And, when a life is involved, a lot of emotion comes in, and you hear the story that you normally hear from the parent. This is the kind of story that you normally hear from the parent, because parents doesn't want to take. Let me actually commiserate with the family of Chimamanda Adichie for the loss of, because losing a child is actually very, very gruesome situation, and I won't blame them for actually saying whatever they are saying, because the loss of a child is actually very, very, very difficult to bear. So I'm not blaming them for whatever they are saying. But, when you listen to one side of the story, and then the way, Nigerians, we are very good at bringing down ourselves. You understand? These same Nigerian doctors that are trained in Nigeria, they are over everywhere in the world, UK, US, and they are performing very well. But you still see this same Nigerian outside. Now, maybe because they have opportunity of working outside, they are now the one that will be talking down on their colleagues working in Nigeria. Once anything happens in Nigeria, we normally, sensationalizing it, bringing down everything in Nigeria, because it's an opportunity to talk down about our country. And I don't know why we do that. Because we should look at even the way some of the panelists are talking. Look at Choma saying doctors, they are not doctors, they are not this, they are not that. But I don't know why she's doing that here. But when you look at the story that they are saying, one, let me correct the impression. You can give propofol to anybody, including children. From the story of, say, the child has a cold, and then they contacted the John Hopkins Hospital. They now asked them to put a central line to do a lumbar puncture. What they call lumbar puncture is a spinal tap. They have to put in a needle at the back of that child to get the fluid from the brain to check whether there is an infection in the brain. So that means it's not ordinary cold that that child has. For them to say, okay, they should go and do a lumbar puncture, that means they are suspecting a central nervous system infection like meningitis or encephalitis, which is a very serious infection. So that is one. So, but you know, when you are treating a high profile personality child like this Chimamanda, you know, they will not allow you. That is one of the problems that we used to have. They will not give full opportunity for those doctors to manage. It will come with a lot of interference. It's not left to you as a doctor to actually let them realize that you are the one taking responsibility for the management of this child. They should give you time, give you that opportunity to take full control of that management, because they will be calling doctors, because now these people actually, they don't have belief in the health system in the first place. That is the background. So whatever you are doing, they are suspecting you, they are watching you. And for them, because it's not, from what they said, it's not the doctor managing that child in that hospital that actually requested for that procedure. It was the doctors in Johns Hopkins University. They don't have the opportunity of seeing this child. They don't even know what is happening. Giving them story, okay, this is what they are thinking, is even from you as a doctor seeing and evaluating a child and take a decision on yourself. So there is a lot of pressure that I'm very sure that they are putting this medical personnel into. So now, propofol, when you want to do a procedure that will actually take up, because I'm very sure for them to say they should do MRI and do a lumbar puncture, that means that child, they ask for MRI brain, which on a normal day can take like 1 hour. So you need an agent that can act rapidly and that can also withdraw rapidly and makes the child to recover fully after the procedure. So propofol is one of the best agents that you can use for that procedure. The only side effect of propofol in that kind of procedure is you have to manage the respiration of the child. And I heard that they said the child was on oxygen at a time. Then at a time when the child went for, I've forgotten the procedure. They said, okay, they removed the oxygen. I don't know what happened within that. So I cannot actually say, okay, whatever they are said within that period is. Then saying that the doctor carried the child on the shoulder to run to where? That is, so we have to actually wait, as other panelists said, that, okay, let's wait and hear from the side of the management of the hospital. Another thing I don't believe any medical personnel can do is for the medical director of the hospital to just come out immediately and told you, we are sorry, we gave overdose of propofol to the child. A doctor will never do that unless there is a problem within that hospital. For them to just come out and say, oh, we admitted that we gave overdose of a medication to your child, because as a child, as a pediatrician, we don't just give a dose. No, we calculate per kilogram body weight of a child.
So I apologize to Simba, because I do you know that Eurocare hospital? Do you know it?
I don't know that hospital. Actually, one man, that Eurocare is not even the hospital that they admitted that child to.
It was Atlantis, yes.
So they went there for the procedure of a central line, and that is why they actually referred the child to that hospital. They were not the hospital managing the child.
Where was
Atlantic is at Obalende, so it is the same proximity as VI, where you have Eurocare. Eurocare is the best equipped, not just a hospital, but a diagnostic center where they have all the modern
in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Even what
it's
Baba
not cheap
there,
too.
Even what Baba said there, Simba, how possible is it for an anesthesiologist to overdose a child, a baby, propofol or whatever it is that you called it, and they also said that same person has done it several times previously. How possible is that?
You know, that is where I'm going. One man, you know, let me give you a good example. You know, when this man died in US, that had a plane crash. This Access Bank MD.
Herbert.
Yes, you know, let's
we-
switch it. Let that kind of thing happen in Nigeria. One man, what do you think Nigerians will be saying if that crash occurred in Nigeria?
Nigeria happened to him.
They say Nigeria happened to him. They say, no, our aviation industry is rubbish, is this, is that, is that. Let me tell you, patients can die at any, even with a little procedure. It can happen anywhere. I'm not exonerating that there is no medical negligence. Medical negligence occur everywhere in the world, and it's not a deliberate action. Doctors or nurses or whatever medical personnel will not deliberately act in a way that will harm any patient.
Well, they can with their negligence. Yes, with their negligence. Yes, they can.
Okay, what you can say whatever you want to say. So you mean that a doctor will just will come to the hospital and will deliberately kill a patient? Is that what you are saying?
Well, if it's what I just said, if they're negligence, if they're highly negligent about the situation, yes, you might as well say they came to kill the child or kill the patient.
Yeah,
yes.
but they won't admit it though, because that's also implicating yourself.
Of course, they won't admit it. So, so if Simba, just like the preamble for my conversation, I said in America, there's so much medical malfeasance or medical, issue here that people get pied left and right. Here in America, with all the facilities that they have, so it's not an issue that they don't make mistakes. We know the medical facilities and the personnel that make mistakes all the time.
Hey, but you know the difference now.
Simba,
okay,
let me make you laugh, Simba. Look, when you are in this kind of situation as a parent, you watch every nuance, sentence. Do you know the doctor was talking, and when my son was having swollen stomach, you know how it is, so they have to take a lot of fluid every 2 to 3, 4 days, and she said, is part of the palliative. We have that palliative. I went mad, livid, even though I knew it doesn't stand a chance anymore. That's why I flew him home when he started vomiting blood after one of the chemo sessions. Just use a doctor using palliative alone for months. I was repeating that. That's just to tell you how we feel as parents. So carry on. Sorry about that, doctor.
Yeah, carry on, Simba, but also speak to the standard of healthcare in Nigeria. So you've already said Nigeria has a lot of brilliant doctors. Yourself, Babati, prime examples of that. But does the system actually support excellence? And does proper procedure, is there a standardized procedure that is enforced by some sort of authority because it should be a heavily controlled environment, and the level of casualness being described by the Adichie family is just it's totally unacceptable. So what checks and balances is there for this anesthetist to be pumping a 21-month-old baby with excessive what's going on? What's the standard for your profession?
There's no standard. I'm sure they don't have board of medical.
How can you say that? How can you say that?
They do have one.
One man, I can be a doctor. I promise you. All I need is just a license, and I need Dr. Simba to guide me. I can open my own practice today and call myself Dr. Chi.
It's not possible. You can be doing it legally, and then when you are caught, then you face the music. Stop saying what you are saying now. It's not possible.
One man, though. This is reality. This is Nigeria. Anybody can play doctor. All I need is Dr. Simba behind my back to guide me, and I'm good.
Yeah,
You
no,
can
Simba, before you
hide
answer the
under
question,
somebody.
to woman's question, to woman's question. See,
Exactly, under you.
you know, we have two parts in the medical, I guess 3 parts, and when it comes to medical institutions, right? You have the personnel. If they're well-trained, qualified personnel, then you have the hospital itself and its administration. Now, the hospital, if it's well-equipped, now the reason why a place like England or London in America will get a pass is because people believe that they have the facilities and they have the equipment, you know, to address situation when things go wrong. There's no, I mean, just like Dr. Simba said, no, they have well-qualified Nigerian doctors. My brother just had a heart operation done like a week or so ago there in Nigeria. They had to open his heart, you know, to do a whole bunch of stuff, and it was successful. It was a successful operation. But again, when people look down on Nigerian healthcare system, it has to do more so, if you ask me, with the availability of equipment and resources to take care of patients, apart from the doctor qualification itself. So Dr. Simba can speak on that.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Prince Zaddy. If you are talking about the equipment, facilities, we are nowhere to be found, because you know I think I've said it on this platform before. Health is very, very expensive. Healthcare is very, very, very expensive. So if you can't put us in the same pedestal with what is obtainable in UK, in US. Look at, okay, let me give you, for example, I work here in Saudi Arabia. The healthcare budget of the whole Saudi Arabia for healthcare only is more than the whole budget of Nigeria, federal and state combined. You understand? So we cannot take, nobody can defend that. We lack facilities to actually give the best quality healthcare to our people. We don't have that facilities. So, and without the facilities, a lot of things could go wrong. So there's no doubt about that. There is no facility. We don't have enough facilities to do that. But you know, with the kind of highbrow hospital that they went to, I expect that, I think they will do the best for, I mean, to save that child. There's a lot of things that are not adding up in the story. There's a lot of things that are not adding up. Doing a lumbar puncture for a common cold, do MRI for a common cold, putting a central line for a common cold.
Simba,
And
I don't
also
believe all these things.
propofol. You're
Simba,
not even going into surgery. You're administering propofol.
They can give propofol.
No, unless you're going into
can be
surgery.
given. Hold on, you don't know.
you hear me?
It can be given.
Not just anyhow. No.
What do you mean by anyhow? What do you mean by anyhow? You are not
simple
there.
MRI. No, there's other
Yes,
ways.
in fact, it's the best. It's the best you can give. It's one of the best agents that you can give. You are not an anesthetist.
You know, Kolata actually just confirmed that by text that you can administer propofol. But the question is, like you said,
not for MRI.
It's the problem is that
there's other ways.
you said for a common cold, and they have to do all this procedure. That's the problem. That's why I think propofol is excessive.
Have any experience in the medical field.
You know, that suggestion is not actually coming from the hospital. It's coming from John Hopkins.
Not the propofol.
But Simba, according to Nigerian Medical Association, if they have one as such, why would an outside medical facility overrule the operation of the affairs of local?
I said it earlier that as a doctor, you should not allow, if you are the one taking responsibility for the management of that child, you shouldn't have listened to whatever suggestion is coming from anywhere. But you know, because of
that, Simba, you know that happens all the time in Nigeria, where somebody's uncle, auntie abroad will call.
That is what I'm saying. That's what, you know, when it goes well, everybody will keep quiet. Now they are the one calling doctors from everywhere because they don't believe in you. And now if you don't listen to them, if it goes wrong, is a problem. They will say, they called them, we even advise them to do this, they didn't do it. Now it went wrong now. Hello, can you people hear me?
But Simba, though, why would a doctor carry a patient
Can
over
you
his
hear
shoulder?
me? Don't say that. That
That
one.
tells you that he does not know what he's doing.
No, God, no, we're not doing that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Zita. So yes, carry on with your thoughts, Simba, and then we'll bring Zita in. Biti is here as well.
Choma, when you are talking earlier, you also say it's a one-sided story that you have listened to now. Why are you not acting on it and start beating yourself as if? Why do you believe that?
No, I agree with you. I just want to hear from the horse's mouth. I want to hear from the doctor. What made you
wait
wait
now. So why are you still emphasizing it? Something that you have to wait and listen to what they will say. Hospital has not released any statement.
No, because you're arguing on the point that they're reaching out to people, doctors from Johns Hopkins. And I'm like, yeah, because he probably doesn't know what he's doing anyway. But I still want to hear from him, being that he's a medical professional. I want to hear like his own take on it.
Okay, so just wait.
All right, Simba.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
Another thing that puzzled me somewhat is the way that
Madam Zita, you were gonna say something.
No. Sorry, Simba. And Zita can comment as well. But another thing that puzzled me somewhat is the way that they said that baby was handled. That they just carried him on the shoulder. Of course, a baby.
Hello, is anybody else gonna speak?
Sorry,
are you there?
I am here, Choma. I'm not sure. Can you not hear us? Can others hear me?
Baba,
are you there? I think he's the one having problem.
I can hear you, Chi. I can hear you.
So, Woman, you're saying post the ICU placement, because they said post the propofol being used after the procedure, the baby was not properly monitored. That's according to the family. So, like you, I want to know as well, post the surgery, was the baby closely monitored, and how? So that they need that timeline to really fully assess the situation and what happened. I think that was where there was a gap in communication.
By the way,
and hold on, please, hold on. And the negligence that somebody brought up earlier, I think, in my own opinion, based on what I've read, I think that is where the issue was. And the question to Simba was, were they not able to, have they done that procedure before in that hospital?
They have done several procedures now. What are you saying?
Dr. Biti, let me frame it for you. That child is not a patient of Uracare. He was there on referral from Atlantis Pediatric Hospital in Lekki Phase 1.
Okay.
He was just there to do that MR and let them run the line, something they run on the for what do you people infusion or whatever it is.
Okay.
So his referral is there for, and the Nigerian hospitals, those expensive high-end ones, they have a penchant of trying to be, how do I put it, particularly for rich clients, they want personal touch. So I wouldn't put it past the anesthesiology for whatever they call, to put that child on his shoulder. Is just to affirm love, to show the parents that they care. I don't know if that is true, but that's what the parents say.
Baba, another thing I notice in private hospitals is that, it's like a business. You understand? They want to pamper their clients. They want to do whatever they requested. But in this case, whenever I get involved in such a thing, I will tell you that, do you want me to be fully in charge of the management of your child or not? If you don't want me, I don't like interference from anybody in the man, because you are not there. You cannot assess any child that you don't see, any patient, forget even whether a child or an adult. You cannot.
Simba, do you think maybe those let me ask the question, please, 1 minute. Do you feel like maybe perhaps the primary care team of the child was that hospital? Sometimes people call into primary care of a patient to find out about their medical history. Do you think that's maybe why they involved?
The another thing that we are not sure of, did he have a comorbidity?
Right, like they've been managing that. Maybe those in America has been managing that thing before the baby came to life.
That's what I'm saying. That if a
All the
child has a
diagnosis,
comorbidity,
so
maybe he
they
has
know
the
the history of
chronic
the baby.
illness.
You see my own observation, Bismuth. I think the American hospitals are better because in the sense that they don't allow you as a parent or as an outsider to seize the initiative. They will shut everybody out and do their job. But in the Nigerian setting, even in Asia, as far as you can pay the bill, we want to take control. We want to lord it over the experts. And that is at times what works against us. That's my own observation in this case. Yeah.
Woman.
Yeah, Zeta. Yeah, come in.
What was the child diagnosed of?
Well, it started off with what was meant to be common cold. That's what the parents suspected. And then very quickly...
Not pneumonia?
No, they didn't describe it as that. They described it as a cold, like a flu. And then it transmuted into an infection. And then they got in touch with John Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore to fly him over. But then they needed to stabilize him to get onto that flight. And then in the process of stabilizing him for that flight, the boy lost his life.
Stabilizing.
Okay. My heart goes to her with my sympathy. You see, a woman, there's something I have to say when it comes to losing somebody. You see, most times when people who are in abundance, when they are famous, they lose their child. A lot of things, people just believe that the child is not supposed to die. There must be some medical mistake somewhere or somehow. One thing we should understand is that death comes when it wants to come. And if we understand that, we have peace. Because I have found myself in that shoe. So much money, the best of doctors doing their best, and the person is gone, right in front of my eyes. If that incident had happened in a Nigerian hospital, maybe my family members or friends would start querying the hospital and what they did right and what they did not do right. But because it happened in a very big hospital where I came with my friends who are doctors, they watch right in front of their eyes. They did everything they can do. And I lost the person. So, yes, she's a writer. It's so sad. It's disheartening for somebody to lose a child. We all agree that it is not okay. But if I want to look at what happened to the child and how the child died, I should be looking from the parents' angle, from home. It's a child. You see, when a woman is a very busy person and probably have a husband, men are not very good with children anyway. It takes exceptions. It's women that are actually very good with children. They monitor their kids a lot.
AI, the father of the child is also a medical personnel, and
but
that child is a twin.
Yeah, he's busy. That makes him very busy. Because if he's not busy, he will know. My father told us that your body is like a car. My father used to use
describe human body like a car engine. My father used to say that a car will never wake up in the morning and pack you. He gives you a sign. It might be minor, it might be big, but the important thing is that it will give you a sign, no matter how little. If you ignore it, that's how some people say, I drove it yesterday, nothing happened though. I started it this morning. I was driving on the road, all of a sudden they think that's not true. You can't tell me that. They must have given you a sign that you ignored. So she's a very busy person. Her husband is a very big person. I will not blame the hospital. I don't know what anybody says.
Are you suggesting that because we're talking about a 21-month-old baby, by the way,
Yes.
Zeta?
Yes, that's why I'm concerned.
Are you suggesting that they were not paying sufficient enough attention to have picked up the signs?
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting.
Let me paint
you might not. The people might not like it.
Hold
but
on.
please.
Let me tell you why you may be wrong, Zeta. They had a child, a daughter, in 2016. Do you understand? And then they now had this this child that passed away. It was one of a set of twins, two boys. So they now had this set of twins about.
Sorry, Mama. I think surrogacy too, even though Chimamanda will not accept it.
You think? Did they have the child through surrogacy?
Yeah, she will not admit.
Is that known? Is that known, or you suspect?
No. It's no. She didn't carry. Nobody saw her with pregnancy.
Yeah. It was through surrogacy. Yeah.
All right. So a lot of complications went into it. I don't want to speculate to her body or her capacity, but certainly, if they had a child in 2016, and then the next set of children come, what about that's nearly 10 years later, then that is to tell you then that there was a process before those children were born. So having gone through whatever it is that they have gone through, and I think she must be in her late 40s, thereabout. So, but you're even suggesting a surrogacy. So having gone through all that, I'll be very surprised if they did not give the children the fullness of attention, even when they even the rhythm of their breathing, they would know it. Now, I don't think they were. I'm not sure I'm on board with you. What you're suggesting, Zita?
I've experienced that thing before. When you hire a lot of house helps and a lot of caregivers, you think they're doing your job. I know some people will not come. They will not come out. I don't know how to put it, but let me say this: a child having a flu, and from a flu becomes infection, to the extent that they will stabilize it. They need to stabilize him to fly. Is it cancer? I know there is a cancer that is going around now for little children.
In a 21-month-old baby?
Yeah. My friend lost her daughter in India because of that. They say it comes and it hits bam, bam, bam. If you don't make any response to fatality. I've forgotten what they call that cancer. It's common with kids these days. They used to call it in those days rare kind of cancer, but now it's no longer rare.
All right, hold on, Zita. You still have the floor. Let me quickly give you this. Renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has accused the Lagos-based hospital of negligence leading to the demise of her 21-month-old son, Nkanu. In a personal statement released, Chimamanda gave a detailed account of the circumstances surrounding his death. The statement reads, my son would be alive today if not for an incident at Eurocare Hospital on January the 6th. We were in Lagos for Christmas. Nkanu had what we first thought was a cold, but soon turned into a very serious infection, and he was admitted at Atlantis Hospital. He was to travel to the United States the next day, January the 7th, accompanied by traveling doctors. A team at Johns Hopkins was waiting to receive him in Baltimore. The Hopkins team had asked for a lumbar puncture test and an MRI. The Nigerian team had also decided to put a central line used to administer IV medication in preparation for Nkanu's flight. Atlantis Hospital referred us to Uracare Hospital, which was said to be the best place to have the procedure done. The morning of the 6th, we left Atlantis Hospital for Uracare. Nkanu carried in his father's arms. We were told he would need to be sedated to prevent him from moving during the MRI and the central line procedure. I was waiting just outside the theater. I saw people, including Dr. M, rushing into the theater and immediately knew something had happened. A short time later, Dr. M came out and told me Nkanu had been given too much propofol by the anesthesiologist and had become unresponsive and was quickly resuscitated. But suddenly, Nkanu was on a ventilator. He was incubated and placed in the ICU. The next thing I heard was that he had seizures, cardiac arrest. All this had never happened before. Some hours later, Nkanu was gone. It turned out that Nkanu was never monitored after being given too much propofol. The anesthesiologist had casually carried Nkanu on his shoulder to the theater, so nobody knows exactly when exactly Nkanu became unresponsive. How can you sedate a child and neglect to monitor him? Later, after the central line procedure, the anesthesiologist casually switched off Nkanu's oxygen and again decided to carry him on his shoulder to the ICU. The anesthesiologist was criminally negligent. He was fatally casual and careless with the precious life of a child. No proper protocol was followed. We brought in a child that was unwell but stable and scheduled to travel the next day. We came to conduct basic procedures, and suddenly our beautiful little boy was gone forever. It is like living your worst nightmare. I would never survive the loss of my child. We have now heard about 2 previous cases of the same anesthesiologist overdosing children. Why did Uracare allow him to keep working? This must never happen to another child. So that's what the Chimamanda is putting out into the space. But the level of unprofessionalism being described there, vis-a-vis the quality of the hospital, there's somewhat of a disconnect.
There is a lot of disconnect in the story she was telling anyway, but my heart goes to her. Nobody can forget the death of a child. Nobody. Anytime a woman remembers it, you will feel totally very sad, no matter what. That being said, you guys said the husband was a medical doctor. He's a medical doctor. He's a medical doctor. So at one point, did the man not monitor his child and what they were giving to his child? Huh? Hello?
They didn't even talk about the man's presence at the hospital, by the way, because it's Chimamanda recited. And part of the narrative actually was that the medical director of the hospital came out and told Chimamanda that the anesthesiologist overdosed in terms of the sedative, which Simba said would never happen.
My sister, my brothers, you see this story that is being put out. You know, when you talk about death is a very bad thing. It's a very bad thing. So the way the story is, she's told the story, there are a lot of spaces in the story. You came to Lagos for holidays. Did you come alone with your husband? The child was rushed to the hospital. They referred you to another hospital. How did you transport the child to that hospital? Who was there that a doctor will overdose a child? That is even the annoying part of this gist. What kind of a doctor that overdoses a child?
You know, Zita, Zita, I didn't want to break you up, but I'm with you also with, this is not just it's not, I didn't go to a general hospital now. It's an hospital in Victoria Island gets towards the top echelons of society. And it's not.
No, it's not.
One man,
It's a hospital in Nigeria. Stop it, one
don't
man.
overestimate
Stop
human
it.
error.
It's
Human
a
error.
hospital in
No,
Nigeria.
I can't
Stop.
accept. I can't accept human error. It's not also. It's not also the son of Baba Sule, the meat seller.
Yes.
It's the son of an internationally renowned author, somebody that is always on CNN.
Yeah.
Because they know the quality of the person they are treating, and then some anesthesiologists will just overdose
a child,
and then they will just throw the child on their shoulder and be dancing to the child. I mean,
Okay,
that's what I was trying to tell
I don't understand you.
Hello, one man.
Second. I don't understand your
There
narrative.
are 5 stages of grief. Woman, we all went through. She's going through the 4th phase. Look, the 5 stages are I think denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. So
that
I think they're in the
state
4th stage at the moment. That's the 5 stages of grief.
One man.
I can understand.
My condolences to you, Baba.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So,
Baba,
but one man, as I was saying, so one man, right? I told you this is Nigeria. Stop making it like the hospital's a big deal.
Chioma,
because,
there are things you say that, yes, there might be medical errors, but overdosing a child?
That's what exactly. A lot of people play doctors in that country. I know what I'm saying.
Honestly, sincerely speaking, if a doctor do not know something as little as the dose, come on now.
Well, it's not okay. Let me chime in. Let me chime in. No, one man, you guys you're stretching me too much. Why do you put so much freaking confidence in a freaking human being? Like they can't make mistake. Of course, an anesthesiologist is not a doctor per se. Okay, they are their own specialized area.
It's a technician, medical technician.
That's probably the proper word.
That's their specialism now. That's their specialism.
Yes. So and just any like Dr. Simba wouldn't administer the job of an anesthesiologist. He wouldn't do that. But the point here is that look. Why are you guys talking like human beings don't make a freaking mistake? What does it even matter if the hospital was here in America, the best hospital in the world? Does it matter? Like humans don't make mistakes. You guys bugging my mind saying that.
Actually, I would like to hear from the hospital.
Me too.
Honestly, I want her to sue them, and let's hear from the hospital because. Yeah, humans make mistakes. But if somebody who has been working, as simple as giving injections and administering medication, do not know something as small as those, it can make a mistake in it. The person is supposed to rot in jail. At that point, that is not supposed to be a mistake. Personally,
Zita, sorry, just give me 1 minute.
It can be easily, by the way, it can be easily determined.
Chioma, Prince Daddy, please hold on.
Well, let's just all agree that
anesthesiologists. Wait, now people are displaying a lot of you are displaying a lot of ignorance here. I'm very sorry to say
guys,
this.
Let's hold on for Simba. Let's hold on.
You people are displaying a lot of ignorance, and I think we have to be mindful of whatever we are talking about here. Anesthesiologist is a doctor. They are not technicians. They are not. They are qualified medical doctors. They just specialize in anesthesia. And they have basic knowledge of everything before they specialize. So you people should just stop all this rubbish that you people are talking.
No, I disagree with you. Hold on. Let me chime in. Listen, let me chime in. Hold on a second.
You can have anesthetic technicians, but
let me chime in.
Hold on, everybody now.
Okay, let me chime in.
Let's Simba make that point, and then I think you want to push back against it, but I'm not sure on what authority you are pushing back, unless you have the credentials to match Simba. But Simba.
So they are not. We have technicians working in theater, but when you call somebody an anesthesiologist, is a qualified medical doctor specialized in anesthesia. They are doctors.
So if he cannot get something as simple as those, in fact, he's supposed to rot in jail, not only removing his license.
Because
that's where I stand. If you are making a mistake, according to one man, this child we are talking about is not a roadside.
Can I clarify your point?
Miss Madam Zita,
please,
right?
let's Babati talk. Chima, please.
Very important.
Sorry, let's just establish something. So, Babati, and then Prince wants to push you, and then we've got Professor Data O with us as well. To Niger also. So we're going that order. Babati, Prince, Professor Data O, and then the Majestic tonight.
So just briefly, I'm listening more. An anesthesiologist is a medical doctor, MD or D. Okay. So when people say a technician, even a technician is mostly a nurse that has 3 years of graduate degree. So they must have at least an MSN in that field for 3 years after having it. So using the word tech like they came from the street is not really accurate. So they are also with 7 to 8 years of education, coming from maybe nursing or a PA that has to then spend 3 years in grad school to work under a medical doctor to practice that. So when we use the word tech, we make it look like some kind of 2-year degree or 1 year college. That is not accurate. So that is very important. Just to clarify that I think people will just look confused about what a CRNA or does. So let's just stop using the word tech. They actually qualified people that have the medical credentials. Thank you.
Well, the point is they still play doctors in Nigeria. They're not real medical professionals.
They are.
No, they're not.
Don't rise to that bait. Prince.
This is Nigeria. I mean.
Okay, yeah, we all have access to Google and AI to do a search, right? Okay, I did my search also, and it says emphatically, yes, an anesthesiologist is a doctor. Okay. But the point I was trying to make is because I do have a friend that's not a medical doctor per se. He went to nursing school, then went to the school of anesthesiology, right?
For
and
3
became
years,
one.
Yes. Yeah. No. But they still, like I said earlier, they have 3 years of advanced degree, but they still work under a medical doctor during procedure. They don't work alone.
Is a chiropractor a doctor?
I mean, Trump said yes.
I'm asking you, the doctor.
No, that's what Trump said. According to Trump, they are now doctors, according to him. So that's what.
So okay. The point I was trying to make is that the label or the designation as a doctor or the MD is not what I was trying to debate. Anyways, I'm just trying to say that based on I always speak based on experience of what I know, not just because I want to talk.
When people use the word tech, it's kind of relegating them to some kind of 2-year degree or somewhere.
No, Baba is when I introduced the tech. I don't know. I was just trying to explain that, you know.
Okay, so the baby has passed away, so therefore the medical profession is a fake. He's not a real doctor, as I said, and I keep saying they play doctors in Nigeria. Stop arguing with me.
All right, brilliant. Professor Datao, good to see you. You don't need 2 years now, Prof.
Yeah, hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can. Good to have you here.
Okay, bear with me. I don't know why the system I'm having is not showing my picture. Yes, it's a long time, my brother. It's a very long time.
Alpha, let's hear
I'm
from
fine,
you.
though. I'm fine. No,
Good,
it's the
good, good.
topic that just caught my attention, and I said, let me join. Be free. Yeah, my brother, it's a very sad thing that this happened to.
Yes, over and
Ogelora.
above everything else, it is a sad thing. Yes,
Very,
carry
very
on.
sad.
Yeah.
Because I'm beginning to, we that are parents, know what it means? Your kids is just dashed, before your eyes gone. And to me, I see this thing that happened to her as a result of I'll call it negligence, and one failing to, will I say it, be attentive, because this overdose of a thing, what was the guy using to, the anesthesia using to measure the dose or what? I know it's not proper, but one thing is clear: a mistake can happen to anybody. That one is very clear. But at the same time, we all know what the profession of medicine, that whole field is. In that field, errors are not tolerated that much. It's a kind of field that you have to be very, very cautious. So, I'm very, very sad hearing this. I'm very sad because me as a parent, before your eyes, just coming for holidays, and this will happen. We all heard what happened to Tony Joshua. It's a bad thing, and it's high time the system in Nigeria should recognize we have to live up to expectation. The world is looking. This thing. My dear, I'm just too sad hearing this.
And then, mind you, the doctor casually removed oxygen from the patient. So obviously, he's not a real doctor.
All right. Okay. It has an international dimension as well because, like I said, the prominence of this is the BBC reporting it now, and what's always sad about this situation is frontline on the BBC website now because of the personality involved. It says that author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's family accused hospital of negligence over son's death. So this is coming. Sorry. Sorry. Let me hold on. Let me just. This is coming quickly off the heels of the Anthony Joshua situation. So this is two heavy hit bad news coming out of Nigeria, that Lagos space over that Christmas period. So they won't follow through this story because the BBC moves on after this story. But then this story is now in the global consciousness as a reference for the Nigerian medical system. So this is the impact that things like this can have. Sorry, carry on, Zita. Yeah.
You see, one man. You see this thing BBC wrote now. That's actually what I was avoiding. I have this thing of if something happened, our institutions are being destroyed. Most of Nigerian doctors that are overseas today working, and they're extremely good. They studied medicine in Nigeria. They didn't study medicine overseas. So having a situation, an autopsy has not come out. And then all this news about overdosing, about this, about that, she has all the influence to make sure that the cause of her son's death is being diagnosed to the latter. And if she wishes, she can make it public. But coming out to begin to say all these things, I am not too comfortable with it. Yes, people do make mistakes. We all agree to that. But saying that a doctor overdosed a child, that is a very big accusation. I, for one, I will not take it lightly. If I were the owner of that hospital, a thorough diagnosis and autopsy will be done on that child, and I will make it public. Honestly, sincerely speaking. I will even make public that thing she's saying. It started as a code and then went as a favor. I will make sure that the details of range between when that kind of sickness would have started, I'll make it public.
No, the Lagos State government is now in charge. Nigerian Medical and Dental Council also is involved, and the
So I guess
Nigerian
we're
Bar
just waiting
Association,
for
they
the
are all
hospital's
involved.
report.
So
They should do a
there is an
thorough,
inquiry about it now, but that
because this
statement comes
idea
out of
of
the 5
Nigeria
stages of grief.
happened to you.
She's gone through the denial
Well, it
stage. This is the
happened. Did
anger
it not?
stage, actually.
Yeah,
happen.
but
Exactly.
actually,
It happened.
yeah, but
The
actually, let
Nigerian
me tell you,
sorry Zita, did Nigerian happen to you marketplace? They are going to use this one as their they are going to milk this one till death, you know.
Nigeria happened to so many people this dirty December. I was a witness. Okay.
All right.
excuse me.
Well, thankfully it didn't happen to you, but yeah, carry on, Zita. And
Hey,
then we get back to
because I serve a living God.
When you talk
Amen.
about
the chairman, yeah.
when Nigerians say Nigeria happened to you, I begin to look at those who are 100% Nigerians. When I mean 100% Nigerians, they have never gone overseas to acquire any form of knowledge or any form of anything. They are born, bred, and made in Nigeria. Dangote is the one we know, but there are a lot of them like that. So when people say Nigeria happened to you, I begin to look at the people that say Nigeria happened to. Those people, most of them are not 100% Nigerian. Like this lady now. Dangote is 100% Nigeria. Nigeria happened to him. And he's the richest man in the world. We shouldn't be doing this. It's actually with her vast knowledge, I would have thought that she would have come out to say, I'm not comfortable of what happened to my child, but I wait for the autopsy. This is actually
Zita, grief no get level. Oh.
Hey,
I'm
Baba,
telling
Baba,
you.
but when you are
Baba,
grieving now, you should bring
Baba, let
inside
me say
house.
this. Sorry, let me say this. Yes, we've already empathized with the family, but I think what they are trying to do, they are politicizing this issue.
You know, that's the one that really struck
They are
me.
politicizing it
That
already.
is exactly what I'm talking about.
It's politics. Forget about grief or whatever we are saying. They are already politicizing it.
So will you blame the APC or PDP?
Hey.
Anyone there? It's got silent.
Well, one man, you need to stop
muting
muting me. It's not even
They
funny.
don't go blame anybody, but na talk when they talk, say it don't happen to her. Huh? Waiting at Chimamanda do people, they will talk, say it don't happen to her. You know, she grew up in Enugu, but it's just a teaching. We go blame the system for Nigeria. Now whom I go and now waiting I go talk, because the system for Nigeria, I think, you know, they should leave up things. We just see what happened to Anthony Joshua. Imagine.
Is there any other topic, woman?
They just begin the show, snap and picture.
Or does To Nigeria have anything to contribute to this topic?
Greetings, one man. Thank you for having me, and greetings all the panelists, the chat, and obviously the viewers. For what I can, for just glimpsing the headlines and the accusations going around, it's not a secret that the Nigerian healthcare system is on its knees and not fit for purpose. But it doesn't necessarily mean this case is not a tragic mishap. Mishaps happen everywhere, and I think maybe there shouldn't be that much of a rush to judgment. I don't know how somebody can be aware. I don't know when it happened exactly. So how can somebody be aware of brain injury from lack of oxygen even before autopsy is carried out. So there's quite a lot of areas that I'm not aware of. So, and tragedies happen even here in the UK. It's funny because there was an accident in the UK that resulted in 4 loss of life just today in the headlines. And when stuff happens in Nigeria, they make it look like because it's Nigeria, it's something different. So that there's an aspect of that, but we also know Nigeria is a little bit dysfunctional in so many ways. And I don't know why some people, if somebody wants to highlight something, they start saying they want to politicize it. Yes, it's politics. If somebody is running the country and the country is not performing very well, you better be ready to take an element of blame to it, because if the country is performing well, he will get the credit too. That is what it is. That's what being a leader in a country does to anyone. So I don't know why some people jump to defend and say they're
I don't want to be brutal, but he would have flown the shy to Anambra.
Look at that. That's not the solution. How is that a solution?
Yeah, you said it is politics, and if a country is
what kind of talk is that?
Blah, blah,
No,
blah.
it is
Then
politics
I will come in
anywhere.
as being very brutal. She would
That
have been
is
on
ridiculous.
that stage in Anambra,
So
and she
you
would have
mean
flown taking her child to any hospital in Anambra State.
That what you have said just now is very, very insensitive, because if tragedy happens, let's say it's a white person or a European that came and this happened to them and they are feeling aggrieved, you are going to say they should have treated the child in Europe. No, the point is that the child was treated here, the child lost, the child's life was lost here, and the parents have a right to question the cause. And if there is the evidence
That's
of
the
this
small
harm,
reason why it shouldn't be politicized.
yeah,
Because if you try to politicize it,
I already said that. But don't jump to the conclusion that they are politicizing because they are asking for this in accountability.
Hold on, where you are, Tunaja. Let me show you how this is being reported, discussed in one of those Biafran type platforms. This is in Gen Media, who you know, and this is what he's saying. It says Chimamanda loses son, Nkanu, to medical negligence in Lagos. So what's the in Lagos bit? So that's
but that's the location though. Where's the lie?
Where's the in Lagos? How does that even? So it's just that.
But did he lie? Did he lie?
That natural impulse to leverage is it's just
I can understand.
But it was in Lagos though. It happened in
Lagos. What you are looking in, that's the way you are perceiving it, but it's not a lie. And if the child was lost in London, they mentioned London, are you going to say they are maligning the UK? Because this happened before. So you have to look at it in context. I think you are bound, when people lose their life, they are bound to mention where that person lost their life. I think that's it. I think I remember that happening in previous cases. You see what I mean? So I don't think it's a kind of insinuating that it's a Lagos problem, because this could happen anywhere. As a matter of fact, it's more likely to happen in other parts of Nigeria than in Lagos. Because Lagos, they tend to have more equipment, better professionals there than other parts of Nigeria that barely have even proper healthcare facilities. So, but it's a tragic event, and I think we should be sympathizing with her. And I don't like people questioning her intentions. That is not the right way to approach this at all, because it could be any one of us.
No, there's so many holes in our narratives. But Dupsy, your device is not connecting. Click on mute and unmute like 3 times. Maybe it will connect. I want to hear from Dupsy because she's in the medical field too.
So one man.
Hold on now.
Hold on. Wait, one man.
I'm trying to get Dupsy to come in now.
She already heard you. One man. Can you tell that jackass?
Oh God, she's gone.
Tima Jack, that really we ought to hear the preliminary medical report, not just an autopsy. We already know what the kid died from, dummy. That jackass Tima Jack.
That is what I wanted to correct. I wanted to ask Simba. The person that is saying that to say medical report is not correct. In the medical report,
because we need to know the initial encounter. That's the medical report, not autopsy, jackass.
In the medical report, is Simba still there?
No, Simba is not dead. And when he's not been allowed to speak, he just built. But carry on.
Okay. In the medical report, they will write how many doses they're supposed to give to the boy. It will be there now. And then we will know whether that is overdose also. Because when they say overdose, it ran jitters all over my body. Because I'm just sitting down here wondering a doctor who will walk into a hospital bed where a child is and take an overdose of anesthesia on the child. I mean, that doctor is supposed to be in jail. That's my stand.
It's impossible to believe, Zita.
It is actually impossible for me to believe.
It's not impossible.
Boy,
That's why I say it's not a doctor.
I'm not
He even
saying
moved
it cannot happen.
Choma, give it a rest now, please.
I'm not saying it cannot happen. No, nobody should get me wrong before they start abusing me. What
Well,
I'm
it sounds like you're saying
is
that.
I'm struggling to process it.
Okay,
he's not a doctor.
Not just any child of a carousel in the street of Nigeria.
What does that matter?
I'm just saying that if this report is true, that they wrote 0.01 ml and somebody gave the child 3, that doctor is supposed to rot in jail. I mean, life imprisonment.
Well,
It's not a doctor.
maybe through the autopsy, right? We can tell, the concentration of that medicine propofol in the child's body. I think that will help.
And also, I wish the doctors were still here. Bitty and Seba have dropped. But my understanding is, and Duxie is not able to get in, her device is not connecting. She's a nurse. My understanding is, not only if they give that medication, they will also record in the chart that I gave X amount of X medication injection to this child. So
No, one man. At this point in time, I will not believe the medical record coming out from that hospital.
But
I would not.
one man, let me ask.
Hold on a second.
From a
One man,
preeminent
let me
Lagos
ask,
hospital.
please.
One man, these people that you carry on a high horse, preeminent and this and that. I mean, it's cracking me up.
One man, let me ask. If you give a child overdose of anesthesia, is he not supposed to sleep and never wake up?
No, that's not true. It all depends on the overdose.
Okay, because it's meant to make him sleep, right?
See, okay.
So if it is an overdose, it's going to knock his heart. So I don't understand. I'm not in the medical line, but I have seen that happen.
Okay, so the one key word that Kolata mentioned and also Dr. Simba was comorbidity, right? So it isn't of course you have to use the baby's weight and some other factors to determine the quantity of the dosage that you have to administer. Now it is a comorbidity involved. Perhaps they may have to use a lesser dose. So a lot of things were missing. And that's why I was asking Dr. Simba earlier, that how can a doctor from a different country be calling the shots for a local doctor here in Nigeria when they're not there? Because at the end of the day, any negligence or error that occurs will fall on the lap of the hospital, and which has happened. So there's some missing parts to it. At the same time, the notion that they can't make mistakes because it's preeminent hospital and all this stuff, Oma is for the birds. I think you should quit saying that.
All right. Sorry. 1 second. Adupsi, I know why you are not able to come in. You are coming in via Facebook, but we're not streaming to Facebook. So that seems to be what seems to be. So if you're able to come in via YouTube, then maybe you'll be able to get in. I can see your thing is on our Facebook. Sorry, Zita.
One man, you see, what I was trying to say is that when you have a sickness that is called, you people should not get me wrong, go. I'm somebody who query everything. That's my lifestyle. But don't get me wrong. If you have a sickness that is called minor cold to infection, it gets to the extent of a hospital not be able to manage it to refer you to another hospital. It is a serious health. That's all I can say. It's not a minor. What
all
happened
right.
to that child is not minor.
All right. Over and above everything, a 21-month-old baby just passed away. So that is never a good thing. So I think on that we all agree. But I think maybe she should have kept us. Her cousin or whatever. She's been straddling all the news platforms, doing all this grieving something. Heavy laden voice. Post sentences, oh, do you need a tissue and all that? So they've been doing all of that all over the media space, and then they are now launching at the space, asking that. Of course, there's a lawsuit coming, but the hospital is actually in a difficult space. They can't come out to defend themselves aggressively, but just because of the nature of the incident. But then, of course, they cannot let this lady damage the hospital as well. But thankfully, Lagos State has stepped in. So if Lagos State carries out the investigation, then they can coldly
And if I were at the hospital, they should make it public.
They have to now for the
whatever is defined, it should be made public.
It will destroy that. If this goes on that hospital's name, that hospital is destroyed now.
It's already destroyed. It's already destroyed. One man. The news is all over the world.
Wama, can I come in, please, so that I just quickly...
Yeah, come in. Good to see you, Isaac. Yeah, come in, Isaac.
Yeah, Isaac. Wama, first of all, make I first give my condolence to the bereaved, the child. It's very painful. And so that which I want to talk, maybe people don't call misinterpret and say, why this guy not just get any feeling. I get feeling for the child. I get feeling for the mother. You don't suppose lost any pikin. That one aside. If there's anything I can do, make I bring that child come back, I go do it. So that people where I want to talk to, they go no say, this person will talk so, not be say, he just come, say he no value life. But I'm so annoyed that, come, we are the important to each other. People where they carry needle. You go school, you carry your needle, they do whatever they do. People will not still go school, where they do it and do all of us, they're very important to each other. That toilet where you this shit put. Now person, if anything happen to that toilet, you don't fit do anything. Somebody go come fix that toilet for you. So that person, they're very important to you. You carry needle, you be doctor, you be lawyer, whatever you be. You carry that your needle. That person will come fix your toilet. If they sick, you go still go give her the injection. So make nobody, they use one country, they destroy the other, or use the other country, they destroy the other. The way they said they don't already tell you what it be. One man, they explain these things, and they listen. And really, the truth be say, the story never clear. The mother say he stand for outside, the doctors, they run up and down, run here, run there, they look there. Then somebody come, and one of the doctors just come, say, we don't give overdose to your pikin. Who will do that one? To start with, doctor make that kind of mistake. Go call your meeting, mama. We don't give overdose to your pikin. Hey, then the other one just carry the pikin for shoulder, run, pass. The story never clear. So begin condemn your country. When story never clear. My own business. Wait, make I talk. I beg. No, I beg, because they come out now. I only listen. I know they always come. Make I talk. Come. She get money where carry that pikin go US. May they not do any examination for Nigeria because they will still spoil them. Even though any result to the bill, they'll say a lie. Me carry and go US. May they go find where to kill that pikin. You understand? They say that cold. Now, I grow a small pikin. I can't grow rich. I get children. You say an ordinary code. Why you should come be all this complicated, put needle for him back, go remove fuse, go do this one. They even call America, they search for there, they wait for the child. Let me say no be ordinary code. So the story never clear. So Nigerians, more tranquilo, more relax, I beg. Not spoil your country because of this one. I know say one doctor did there, Dr. Simba, they say he don't drop. He said the only budget they put for their medical this thing for there. He covered your country of your country. So you already know what your country be. You understand? That hospital we did there. So I know say some people did there, they survive. They will still survive so good. For Spain where they here, about 5 people this week, Nigerians, then die. And they hear say Spain are one of the best medical district. Five Nigerians, 2 Igbos, 2 then die. But we know say their hospital is one of the best here. You understand? That person die, not come me say Spain hospital now, he don't die. You understand? I beg. One man, thank you. Bye-bye.
You know, Isaac, a
Well,
lot of
we're
what you
just
said.
talking about the nature of
God
the
bless you.
malpractice.
Yes. Isaac, a lot of what you said, I have to agree with. You can't, they cannot just be common cold. I think when the story starts to develop, they will start to find out maybe that child was actually carrying more serious ailments than what we were originally led to believe.
Yes, one man, please, if you can use
I
your
said 2
platform.
things here.
One man,
Number
if you can
one,
use your platform, sorry, if you can use your platform to advise Nigeria government, may they not get hand for this matter. The money day, if the woman don't want to spend the money, may Nigeria government carry that side, go America, may they do all their autopsy for that side. Any result with them bring, I believe Nigerians go believe her. Thank you.
Yes, I think Lagos State is already taking charge of the situation anyway. They're
Yeah.
going to, you know.
what I said it here, that what killed that child is not ordinary the way they put it. Honestly, sincerely speaking, it's not ordinary. It's not just a May. It started as a May code. Woman, maybe you should change the topic. We sympathize with her, but the way the whole thing is going about, overdose, injection at the back, removing oxygen, and then, I mean, I told you people a story. I think it's here. One hospital in Chicago they used to call it Macy Hospital. One guy walked into that hospital, blew everybody. People ran away. It took them like 3 years to recover. They have to change the name of the hospital, do some infrastructural, civil alteration in the building, and repainted it and renamed it. So it's not only in Nigeria people die, but when you die, all hospitals in the world, people die there. I said it from the moment I came in here. He said, when death wants to come, death will come. And I said, it has happened to me. If it's in Nigeria, my family, friends might start blaming the hospital. But right in front of my eyes, those doctors were battling, putting all their effort, plus the ones that are my friends that were standing there. The person gave the ghost. When death wants to come, it will come. For the way these people on earth do die. Come on now.
All right, brilliant. So I'm going to Bill. Tunaja is there, so you shut it down when you're done. I was waiting for Dupsy to come in because I wanted to hear Dupsy's perspective, but I think Dupsy is maybe she's not with the device to come in. Tima Jack, a regular super chat as well. That's Ola right there, super chatting too. So it was Tima Jack and Ola. So thank you to both of them. Others can join them as well. So we were also discussing the Wiki Fubara saga, a never-ending saga. So there's that as well. And Kwakwanso, people feeling that he's overplaying his hand somewhat and losing his political relevance.
One man, are you there?
Yeah, I am here. Are you not hearing me again, Choma?
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
So I heard Tinubu went to I guess France to receive medical treatment.
So sorry, Choma.
Is
Can
he
you hear
back
me?
yet?
Choma.
I heard he's been gone for a while. Is he okay?
I'm not quite sure that Choma can hear me.
Does anybody have an answer to that?
I
think our president is receiving medical treatment abroad, right?
Hold on. I was just about to be. So those are the super chatters. Other topics to be discussed as well. To Nigeria, are you there?
One man, stop muting me.
Choma, I'm trying to hand over, but you keep if Tunaja is not there, certainly Ola is there. Ola, are you there?
One man, I can't hear you.
I can hear you, one man.
Yes, only Choma cannot
wow.
hear me for whatever
Then
reason.
it's mine.
Well, all right. I'm going to Bill anyway. Tunaja is here. Ola is here as well. So between the two of them, one of them can shut it down. So Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. But what's it called? Condolences to the it's not even the Adichie family. That's our maiden name, of course. But condolences to that family, especially. But the story is not yet fully out there because there are too many elements that are not yet consistent. So we wait for the story to have some consistency, and then we'll see where we are. We'll almost certainly revisit it later on. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. So over to you, Ola, if you're there, or to Niger, if you're there. But certainly back to you guys.
Ola, you there? Hello?
Ola, where you did, and they call your name. You did there?
Ola no dey there. What about to Niger? How the waka now? What is seizing their network?
So, sorry, it's actually Patrick, not Ola. So Patoski, are you there? I said no, Ola. It was Patoski. Pato, are you there? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, Pato. Yes.
Who is to speak next?
Even you can speak. Are you following the Chimamanda storyline?
Yeah, I've listened to. I actually listened to Simba and Babati and everybody. I think it makes sense to ask those questions that Simba asked. And I'm not a medical person, but in practice, I don't think a doctor will come and just come to the patient and say, "Oh, we did this, we gave this overdose, and that's what happened." At that point, they cannot even say, "Okay, this could be the cause of the death." They could give overdose, and that overdose, I don't know, I'm a novice. They have given overdose, and that overdose might not be the cause of the death. You understand? It might be something else, but I don't see that happening. So those questions that Simba raised, to me, that's the right thing. There are minimum standard that you expect. In my own profession, there are certain things that no matter how dumb the doctor is or a practitioner is, he will not do certain things. I don't need to see that person to be able to say, no, I can bet you that he would not do this and this and this and this and this. So I think it's too early to say anything. You understand? But I also take the same position with Zita. You see, death comes anytime. You understand? Our prayer is that we live long enough to be able to take care of our kids. You understand? That's the essence of it. And that we outlive our parents. You get it? So, but that's our prayer. But people die every day, and people die everywhere. It can be people die in London, in Europe. Look at AJ, for example. He had an accident. They said Nigeria happened to him. People have accidents in the UK now. In Canada here, in the US, cars, the number of accidents that happens in the US on daily basis, I'm sure is higher than what happens in Nigeria. You understand? Relative to the number of cars that are out there, and if you look at it. So people, their auto crashes and even plane crash and everything, will say, "Oh, Nigeria has happened to you." That's what Nigeria happened to AJ. That because the guy ran their vehicle ran into a truck. And people say, "Why is the truck there?" Yeah, there are times trucks break down and they clear off the road in places. That's why it's an accident. It's not something that is planned. You understand? It's something that nobody expect would happen. You understand? So that's the logic. The only argument I see there, if it's a truck, was there the truck driver, did they put the signs? Did they put, you understand, all those the triangle and other stuff? Yeah, to me, that's where we can begin to start asking questions. But to me, that might not be Nigeria. That might be the driver who is negligent and didn't put the sign and everything, and it will become a problem of Nigeria if after a road safety person passes it and sees it and does not insist that they should did not insist that they should put the triangle and signs and be redirecting vehicles in that place. But it's not everything that I just say, "Oh, the country has happened, Nigeria, this and that." Just because some people hate their country so badly. Some people, I don't know how people live with that kind of hatred. You hate your country, you hate your neighbor, you hate your this, you hate other tribe, you hate. The only people that you don't hate is yourself and people outside your country. You even hate them, it's just that you don't express it. Because you can these people have hatred that's permitted everything, every aspect of their lives. And before you know it, they start hating their wives and children. Because it becomes second nature. And they are so negative at everything, and they blame everybody for everything apart from themselves. The country is so bad now because of leader, because of tribal people, because of no, but they are not part of the reason why the country is bad. Whereas they will go there and sell fake drugs, they will go there and sell fake medication rather, they will go there and sell fake products, they will look for way to cut corners, they will, you understand, adulteration stuff. No, but they are not seeing themselves as contributing to the failure of the country or anything. You understand? So
Pato, can I add to that fake medication? Because 3 days ago in Nigeria, we lost an 11-year-old child, and it was traced to they bought a fake inhaler. So the inhaler he was using in Nigeria was found out to be fake, and it killed him. So so it's gone that bad where it's concerning when you are losing pediatrics to this kind of madness.
Is that Prince Daddy? Sorry, Baba T.
Yes, sir.
Baba T. You see, fine. It might be, it might not be. So where that news came from, you have to investigate it very well.
This
to really know that it was a fake inhaler.
That's what they, because some people are
because right now me I know they believe anything when Nigerians they talk. I know they believe.
So you don't believe that
no
fake medications? No, because
I know there are fake medications, but that very particular person where he come from Europe, he buy inhaler for Europe. They use
no, it's not Europe. This one is they live in Nigeria.
Okay, they live in Nigeria.
It's not Europe. It's Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigeria now. Where
and then one thing, let me tell you one thing too. Sorry. Let me tell you one thing. You see that inhaler you are talking about, there will be some sort of authentic places like shops that he will go and buy the original. He will refuse to go there. He will cut corners to go and maybe buy somewhere. Then you will not be blaming Nigeria. You understand? There are people like that. They don't want to do the right thing. You will know that this shop is where they sell that thing, that you will get the real thing. But maybe because of the price or whatever, then you will want to go and start up from Inewi.
Yeah, but
you understand?
I'm saying that the government. Why do we have those things in the market anyway in the first place? I know you're saying about pricing, but that shouldn't even be available to the public to even price at a cheap rate in the first place. It shouldn't be available in the market. So that's my point. Not that because somebody decided to go buy cheap or fake medication. Why are those medications available in the market in the first place?
You know that Nigeria now snake knife food there. So any forest where you enter, say snake food. You go dey careful. You understand? You go dey careful. All these fake medicine.
Another person is accusing the hospital, though, that that's what I said.
Even in America,
I said if it is an overdose, the child will not work. A lady is accusing that same hospital,
that happens everywhere in the world. If you go to any review page of any hospital, you're going to see the same complaint about medical neglect. That's nothing new. But what I want to know is because the baby is about 22 months old, so it's not even 2 years old yet. And to Simba's point, when he was there earlier, they probably had a comorbidity. So, and if you have any respiratory comorbidity, that means your level of care at the ICU has to be very, very high. So do they have, because even within the ICU space or SICU space, they have pediatric SICU for pediatrics away from the general ICU population. So do they have any space for pediatrics to cater for people with comorbidities in that hospital? That's the question, because that is a very special case when you have comorbidities as a pediatric patient. So did they have that?
So what do you mean? What do you mean by comorbidity?
Like if they have any.
So by the way, why were they referred to that kind of hospital?
No, hold on now. Let me respond to what. So if you have a pre-existing medical issue that has to do with respiratory issues, for example, as a child, so that means that when they treat you, that has to be put into consideration. That means you need special attention away from your regular MICU or regular SICUs. So in that hospital, do they have a pediatric ICU separate that can cater for that kind of comorbidity is the question. And I think not. I don't think they couldn't handle that situation post that medical procedure. That is my own opinion. Okay, just going on the link. I think that was the mistake, that they could not handle that particular comorbidity post treatment.
What I want to ask you, from the narration of the lady, do you think that sickness of that little child was a mere code?
No, obviously not. There was more going on with the child. So we can go and say we don't. There's no way it's just a cold. And you putting a central line in, that central line, was it placed properly? Because if you don't place a central line properly, it can lead to blood clot and can kill the patient. So I want to know who put that line in. When you put the line in, did you scan to see that it was properly placed? Did you assess? What did you give to the line? When was it given? So you need that timeline to assess, because they said it was common cold, then it became fever, and it went to cardiac arrest. So how do you go from common cold failure to cardiac arrest?
So BT, so you suggesting perhaps there could have been some human error in the process, correct?
So post that procedure to the ICU is where I think something went wrong. Because you can't go from common cold like that to just cardiac arrest. For you to go to cardiac arrest, that means a lot has gone on with you within 24 hours.
It was even up to 24 hours, but I don't know how long it was.
So that timeline is too, for within that one, that to just go from cold to just cardiac arrest. I mean, that means
no, he said it from cold to infection.
So I'm saying that even from infection to that means you became septic. Where I practice, okay, if you become septic, AI, your lab comes up and you become septic. If nobody does any documentation within 10 minutes, they will call a code on that person just for being septic alone. They will say, "Oh, that person is septic. Go there." They will call overhead, like, "Is that person?" Because to my point, that baby was septic. So if you had common cold and you had fever and you had infection, that means for you to have a cardiac arrest, you became septic. So what happened to that baby for being septic to having a cardiac arrest? Why nobody was? So the baby was, in my opinion, was not monitored for that time period.
Where was the mother?
No, it's not the mother monitoring the baby. It's about medical monitoring. That's what I'm saying. In that ICU, it was not capable
you people, excuse me, I don't understand this idea of, okay, you are saying they brought a baby who had a mere fever. Automatically, the fever, according to how, turned to infection. And that infection landed the baby in ICU.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have infection, that means they should have cultured that. So they will do a blood culture, right, to know what organism is doing that. But why you're giving that person medication in the meanwhile, because it's about 3 days treatment for you to get the actual bacteria, maybe it's gram or gram positive or gram negative, right, whatever it is. That is a septic movement. That means that baby became septic, which you should have caught. No way you go from infection to cardiac arrest. That is sepsis. That means the baby became sepsis. So how come nobody caught that sepsis for that time period?
Babati, sorry.
So that sounds like that. Okay.
Yeah, Babati, please. Baba, one time in this very discussion, told us that even the father is a medical doctor. I don't know if that is true. But if it is true, I want to ask a question. Those of you on that line. Now the father was there. I think they said that's the lady said that it was the father that carried the child alongside with her to the hospital. The father was there, a medical doctor. Can a medical doctor maybe present your credentials and say, this is my son? Would they give him permission, like maybe can I be permitted to be close to him? Like other, see, they already saw his ID and all that. Can they give him that permission? Like, okay, you can stay here, you can be here. Can they?
No, it can be around the child.
Of course, now, even in the ICU,
Well,
the where you see.
Why Papa can't they there as medical doctor?
They will
not to participate as a
in
doctor.
the ICU for you to
Not
stay
to participate as a doctor in their process. I don't think so. Even though he's a doctor, I don't know how they'll work.
Yeah, it can contribute, but it cannot be in charge of the care. It can say, okay, maybe this and that. It can give suggestions, but it cannot be part of, like the way you describe it. It cannot call them and start telling them do this and
what
do
to do.
Yeah. That's not gonna...
Okay, to your submission earlier, BT. So if that child or anyone was determined to be septic, right? Obviously, we're talking about a bacterial infection. So if they do the test, is it the next thing would be to administer antibiotic to the child? Correct.
No, even once you culture them because they were showing signs, you should have started antibiotics already. So when
before you determine the actual I guess variant of the bacteria.
Yeah, something. Let's say you do cefepime, for example. That is standard. You do cefepime. So that is just done. Meanwhile, you're looking for the actual, because it has a very broad spectrum, right? Gram-negative. So you will do that. So once you figure out what it is, you then switch it. If it aligns with that same bacteria, you keep it. If it's different, you change maybe vancomycin or something else, you will change it. But I'm saying that septic period, there are warning signs. Your vital signs will show that. If you're septic, you will see the vital. Something is wrong with it. You will know the vital. Something is different. Lab work, CBC, BMP, you will see it. So there's no way you go from infection to cardiac arrest and that nobody saw got it in the middle.
Okay, now it's safe. Just when you say they will see, meaning that it will show up on the monitor.
Yeah, there are signs you can even assess.
Right.
The pupils are different. The blood pressure is
right.
off. The fluids is off. The kidney function is down. You will see so many signs that will tell you this person is declining.
So do you think the hospital or the people in charge were starstruck?
In my opinion, because this is a decline, like you said, it was fever, then it became bacteria, then it became ICU. You see that step is declining. That means they don't know how to handle their ICU is just not up to par. That's my own conclusion. They don't know how to handle pediatrics, because for pediatrics at that level of intense care is different from the regular ICU population.
Well, that conclusion, your conclusion there, though premature, would conflicts that of what woman is saying about the hospital being this top-notch hospital.
They couldn't handle. I think that they are. So because even I shy away from pediatrics, it's a very delicate specialty. It's different. It's even cardiac. They are very different from the general population. So I think, in my own opinion, that is where I think the problem was. The baby was not properly monitored. So now you are declining, and you also have, in my opinion, that I cannot say I'm lying, you also have a comorbidity to Simba's point, which even makes it worse. That means you need close monitoring. So what they will usually do, they will assign one nurse to you. It will be in those critical environments, it will be a one-on-one, one patient, one nurse that will be on your side 24 hours. Your vital signs must be checked every 2 hours. Okay, lab work every 6 to 8 hours. You see how it's done in America here? They are always, every time, they have to check every time. They have the blood running, lab, everything is always 6-8 hours, checking anything that changes from the norm. You're always on fluids. We must know your intake and outtake, your kidney function, everything is being watched 24 hours. It is intensive care. I don't think that was done, in my opinion. There was no close monitoring. And even to the mom's point, she said she felt like the baby was not closely monitored, which I agree with.
Okay, so Is it possible, it's obviously a lot of things at play here. Is it possible that the hospital's procedure or their process was derailed? Because it is possible that they came in there, so we get a command from Johns Hopkins hospital that should do this and that, and so in communicating that information, maybe they were derailed. I mean, that's why I was asking, were they starstruck or what happened?
But medically, if I cannot handle a case, I don't handle it. I don't care if you're from heaven and you give me instruction. If you're not capable of handling that, we can refer it to somewhere else.
Well, I'm not sure how long they are into the entire process to be able to refer elsewhere. But we're talking about here in Nigeria. I mean, you're not talking like in America, right? So, but again, if it's a top-notch hospital, then they should have their own standard procedure, and they should know
what they can handle. But that's to my earlier point, Prince. I think they did everything right except to monitor the patient. That is where I think, to your point, the negligence is. That ICU, is to me, is a red flag.
Yeah, it is. At the end of the day, it is highly unfortunate, to lose a child. So, yeah, I mean, of course, we have to wait for the other side of the narrative. But you would think by now the hospital will come out.
Can I add a point too? Because here, if you scan any medication in a hospital, they can track the batch where it came from.
Sure. Yeah, the NDC code.
So how do we even know what was given to that is even original? It's not even fake.
Well, again, to that level of a hospital, what we call it, that type of hospital with the level of clientele that go there, you would think that they are up to date in terms of their drug supply chain monitoring. Also, that they don't administer fake drugs or expired medication. So, because one man really give this hospital a high mark in every area. So you expect them to perform at the highest level. And that's why I'm saying that regardless of how important or known the hospital is, people do make mistakes. I mean, we're a human being at the end of the day.
I agree. So like my two concerns are the ICU stay and whoever put that central line in, because that is a very high risk thing to introduce bacterial infection into a child. If they didn't wash their hand or they didn't clean up or do something, you might quickly introduce bacteria into that boy's heart. So those will be the two things that I will investigate. They can they can always swap that area and test that line. If that line is positive, that's what we call it a CLAPC. So if it's a CLAPC, then I know that is what killed that child. Because you can literally test that line for bacteria. If that line has it, then you know where that came from. And if that happens in hospitals, the difference is that, once again, Prince, it happens in America to where you have a land that is infected, but they catch it early. Once they catch it, sepsis intervention comes. They have a procedure for. My thing is, in American hospitals, they have a process for sepsis. Once somebody's sepsis, everybody knows what to do. So that's what I'm questioning here. That did they have any idea of how to handle that in a pediatric patient? I'm just asking the question, okay? I'm not rushing to conclusion, but it raises more questions now about what really transpired in that ICU.
So, is it clear that because on reading it at BBC, I didn't see anything about sepsis. Is it clear that it was that's the child passed because of infections?
Yeah, if you have infection, if it's not that septic, how do you then go to cardiac arrest?
It could lead to cardiac arrest.
But to get the cardiac, that means that infection must have spread all over your system to affect your heart to the point where it dies off.
If somebody said the dad or the child's dad was a doctor, actual medical doctor.
Yeah. The father, I believe, is but yeah, it might be. I think it's endocrine or something. I think it's endocrinologist or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but then he must have an idea, because if the child came in, the idea that the child has a cold is not necessarily diagnosed. The child could already be infected, may have already suffered some form of infection before getting to the hospital there, and then the infection got worse. And I don't, how long was the child in the hospital? And
no, it was a day. No, I think they went somewhere else. But when they came to this particular hospital, it was just barely one day, because they were supposed to fly the next day to. They already had them leaving the next day, I believe, right? They were supposed to fly the next day to America. So
for further treatment.
Yeah, so they were somewhere else. They were somewhere else before. We don't know how long they spent that first hospital before they moved into the second hospital. So that's what we need to know. That first hospital, how long were they there for before they moved into this one?
There's a lot of unknowns on this one, because the child could already have been infected. Because infection, sometimes they can spread fast, but not this rapidly within a day.
Yeah, but I'm saying even when it spreads fast, as a competent ICU office, there are signs that you should have spotted.
True. They should have been able to tell that.
Because it's that's a 3-day that's a decline. Now you can see the decline right there from 1 to you see the decline. So that means you should have caught something in between. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I think you are right. Let's say the child even came in with infection and cold, because as a result of cold, one can have complication and suffer infection. They should have picked up on that based on whoever diagnosed or checked the child.
Then I want to ask a question. Sorry, maybe it might be off the topic, but you guys can answer. What's happening with Iran now? What's the US position? Prince Daddy, are you there?
Who is that?
Is US planning to intervene?
Suddenly went to Iran. You want to?
Why are you calling Praise Daddy now? What did Praise Daddy do you?
Trump Daddy. Are you people planning to go and take Ayatollah?
The president.
Well, I think that's the mandate. The Ayatollah has to go. I mean, Israel wants him gone. I mean, and that's what I said on the show before. When they struck their nuclear facility and Israel was in that 12-day war, I think they should have gone for a regime change, but Trump stopped at the last minute. But that's what Israel wants, and the Ayatollah has to go, and that's what they're clamoring for. You can see already what is going on, almost like a color revolution. You can see the CIA blueprints all around Iran with the protests and everything that's going on. So one way or the other, I think, and if they don't go to war, if the Ayatollah goes away, then they may not go to war. But if he stays there, they're going to go to war.
My suspicion is if, say, the Ayatollah falls, the danger America is likely to face is that whoever is going to take over may not be that friendly to America, for one, and may not have the fatwa to worry about. That Ayatollah, let me tell you what I'm saying. That Ayatollah has been a little bit, to an extent, because of maybe whatever religious reasons he has, been a little bit responsible. Because you can't, if it was North Korea, then they would have been nuclear a long time ago, and none of this problem would be occurring. You see the problem. They created the problem, and he created the problem. You have a nation that has the power to go nuclear. I say, no, what you put fatwa that they should not go there. Then Israel doesn't care whether you put fatwa or you don't put fatwa. To them, they want you to die. So Israel is still coming after you nonetheless. So that is a problem, and I think maybe his own regime will remove him. And if they remove him, then they are unshackled.
Yeah, you see, to Niger, when it comes to Arab nations, regime change, I'm always very skeptical about it. Do you know why?
Oh, right.
I always prefer them to be the one to change their regime. If you come from outside and do one or two things that make their regime or enable them to fight their regime. See, to Nigeria, those people,
give an example of
they touch. See, those people, their head they touch. If you study what happened in Libya and what happened in Iraq, is part of the problem we are having today in terms of this headless mob running around buying people.
Madam, hold on. When in the Middle East has any regime been changed by the people? You have one example?
I'll give you an example. You want to hear the example?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's same Iran we are talking about.
Iran, no, that was not organic. You know, when they threw away the Shah, when they threw away the Shah.
Calm down. Let me explain what I mean by allowing them to do it by themselves.
Okay, go ahead.
You see, if you somehow, like that Ayutthaya now, he has not announced his replacement. The country is in shambles. He is the only one for now that had paracetamol for the headache of the headless mob. If you remove him, whisk him out, those people will go wide. You people are not understanding. That was what happened in Libya. That's what happened in Iraq. And that's the same thing that is happening in Syria now.
Yeah, madam, but the regime change was not organic. Libya was absolutely not organic. It was not by the people. It was all orchestrated from the outside by the CIA. We all know that. It's well documented. But the point here, when it comes to Iran, see, the Ayatollah Khamenei, right, is just the figure.
So who is going to take over from him?
Well, see, we're going to leave that to Israel because you know for sure the IRG, the Iran Revolutionary Guard, are the ones in charge of Iran. They are the ones that run every.
And who owns the RIC?
It's the military. That's the military. The IRG is the military.
It's the guy that commands.
No, the Ayatollah. No, that's what it looks like. But at the end of the day, the power really falls in the hands of the IRG.
Okay.
But again, see.
I don't know. Said it's the military, so they remove Ayatollah, they pick a military man.
No, they're not going to pick the military. That's what they run the country. But now there's a clamor for Pahlavi, the former Iranian president, or the son of the former Iranian president, to come back.
Please, please.
Can I chip in something? Sorry. You see, what Prince Daddy is trying to say is this: if you say you are waiting for a regime change that is going to come from the people, that's going to be easy if the current leader is not a brutal dictator. If the current leader is a brutal dictator, definitely the people will need external support to be able to effect any change.
Exactly to the point, and that's why Saddam Hussein Mubarak, Bashar al-Assad, none of them could have been overthrown.
In Egypt now, exactly.
Nobody could overthrow those people.
Nobody.
Hold on, why?
Because they use heavy hands to rule their people. So
hold on. See, it's not fair to say that. It's almost as if we have all come to the conclusion the regime has to be changed. This regime has managed to keep their people together and relatively more advanced than Nigeria for sure, even when they have been sanctioned for more than.
Is that a good comparison to Nigeria?
No,
Seriously?
They are more advanced than Nigeria by a long way.
But is Nigeria a good comparison? Come on now.
Okay.
What would be a good comparison? What would be a good comparison?
Countries. They are more advanced than many European. Listen, I mean not European countries. I mean Middle Eastern countries too. So because they generate more electricity, they have nuclear plants.
Just stop that. Iran is a relatively poor country. Let's just stop that right now. Iran, I mean, although they have the natural, hold on. They have the natural resources. Let me tell you, they spend a lot of money on the military, and they get a lot of help from Russia and whatnot and China. But relatively to their currency, the level of corruption. Now, if you want to make a comparison, that's a good place to make a comparison. The corruption in Iran is even greater than that of Nigeria. If you want to put it that way, I can agree with you.
How is it that they are richer than Nigeria, even when they have been sanctioned for almost 50 years?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, all these factors affect the economy, and for them to have a good standard of living, the Iranian people, on average, are suffering. They don't have a good economy. The economy is in shambles.
You can't pretend and see the country is under sanction and you expect them to be rich. The reason why, if that sanction didn't exist, they will be just as rich as any other nation in that Middle East.
Well, that's a good argument to make, but we're talking about what's on the ground right now. We're talking about the reality of the Iranian people.
Blaming
Okay.
the victim in terms of, because they didn't perform, you're blaming the victim for it because America did this thing. But you
No,
don't say
the question is
sanctioned
to Nigeria to ask you is that why are they being sanctioned?
because they are not friendly to the West.
Because of the high-handedness of the regime. The regime. Let me tell you, the regime.
No, Iran is the #1 sponsor of terrorism in the world.
That's ridiculous. No,
so do you just watch them and leave that to continue?
They are victims of terrorism too. They were just attacked the other day.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I can take that point, but at the same time, from Hezbollah to even Hamas and all these other terrorist groups, they have their funding and resources from Iran. Okay.
They are not the same as normal terrorist group. Their focus is on a specific mission. Like in the case of Hezbollah, it's about Israel. In the case of Hamas, it's about Israel. They don't go anywhere else. They don't go anywhere else.
No.
Going to attack
You think Hezbollah?
What about the Houthis? What about the Houthis in Yemen?
In Lebanon? Look, what about
the Houthis in Yemen?
What about the Christians in Lebanon?
Anywhere else. They're just in Yemen. That's my point. They're just in Yemen focusing on the goal. They are militants. I don't know why every time anybody opposes the way.
Okay, listen. The Ayatollah and Iranian regime, they use their proxies in these terrorist organizations to fearmonger amongst the Middle Eastern people. Even Saudi Arabia is scared of them. So too, I won't say Turkey is scared of them. Yes, but they terrorize these smaller countries, and that's why they rather form a pact with the United States. But nonetheless,
those who want Ayatollah gone. Those Omar
I think let me see. Hold on, tonight. Let me drop this. See, I don't know if hold on. See, when it comes to Iranian people, the Iranian people are smart and they're quite advanced as a people. Let me tell you, I think at this point in time, the Iranian people, as a people, forget about the Western world, what they want. They are tired of the Ayatollah Khomeini. They don't want them anymore. They don't want them anymore. They want to be a free society, a free people. They want to interact with the West. They want to do business with the rest of the world. They don't want this stuff anymore. They don't want it.
Tunaja, my operator, are you going to invite me in as somebody who, one, hasn't spoken, two, is a newcomer to this station? Because I've rejected this station for many years for good reason. Are you going to introduce me just like the guy introduced you?
I didn't know you are returning listening. Okay, go ahead. You want to say something?
Bro, you should introduce me now.
I thought you have been here before now.
No. How can you think of
as one of the people that?
No, bros. No, you have never seen me here. And the way I look at you, I see you as skylighting on another channel when you are a serious guy on a major channel. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all blessings of the new year and all the rest of that good stuff. I want to speak, and how I'm going to speak isn't going to be easy for anybody's ears. Tunaja would know that. Firstly, I've been listening for a long time, since one man was still monitoring. And I'm following Tunaja from another station. I saw when he came on. The thing is, wait, before I say that, my condolences for the first subject I came across when you were speaking. Chimamanda's experience right now, if you think about what this woman is feeling, only God knows. But it's too much to speak about such a subject, especially when so much is unknown. And I've learned a lot from the speakers here who have spoken on this subject already, because I saw the news, I didn't inquire. It's too much for me. The amount of bad news that has taken place in the 11 days of this year. That's what I have to say about Chimamanda. I'm happy you have verged to a new subject, and the subject of Iran. Iran is very much like Nigeria. some of the way you guys are speaking, for me, is obtuse. I was at school with many, many, many Iranians and Arabs as a whole. Iranians are not Arabs, underlined. The history of Iran is a serious history. Serious history.
They're Persians, they're not Arabs.
I said that. That's what I said.
Please,
madam.
They're always saying it.
Please, madam. Let me just land
No, I'm just concurring what you said.
Ma Shebe, don't do that, please. I am okay in holding my own
Who is
ground.
speaking? Who is speaking?
Jagu, my name. Please look at it. Jagu by behavior. So please allow me to speak.
I'm not interjecting you.
Thank you, ma. I would like
to.
So
why the trouble?
Again, I would like to carry on, please, madam, without too much interruption.
No, I'm not interjecting you. So why the flare up and warnings?
You are speaking to, please, madam, don't allow us to fight. We are newcomers.
Who is fighting with you?
You are. Now let's end
For
that.
what? Why would I fight with you?
I have no idea.
I don't understand. Why would I fight with you?
Madam Zita, please let him just finish his submission so that you can speak if you have something.
I'm not speaking anything. He can go ahead.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. As I was saying, the history of Iran, as it is known today, the Persians before, and so many other names that they have had over the years, is a serious history that is world respected. The beginning of Iran, as we see it, was a lesson to the whole world, especially developing countries, most especially the trickery that the West, both England and the US, played with Mossadegh, the first prime minister of that country, was a shame on the US and the West in the bullying, terrorism, and single-mindedness that they disrupted that country for the last God knows how many years. Given this aspect, I agree with the person who said that the Iranian people are fighting for their freedom. That freedom that they're fighting for and the way that they're doing it, well, or the pressure that they're under, is exactly the same as what we have in Nigeria. It's only that we are not fully an Islamic country as Iran is. Given these aspects, we've got to speak with some level of perspective and circumstance about the nation called Iran. We are all supposed to respect that nation and the people of that nation. I will tell you that it is not the West that should dare to say that they are going to be the ones who operate a new regime in that country in front of all our eyes. We've seen what's happening in Venezuela. If we want that in Nigeria, if you think that they want that in Iran, I'm afraid you're wrong. The Iranian people are not Nigerians. They are not spineless as we are. They have backbone. They will take pressure because they don't have gun to fight their bad leaders. But you know what? They will go forward and die in their numbers in order to gain their freedom, which is a major difference between them and us. We will stay there being weak, talking nonsense, being polite, when we should be vociferously angry at the country called Nigeria. When I look at what Chimamanda has going through, when I look at what Anthony Joshua is going through, all this is Nigeria. I don't care if it happens in any other part of the world. This is Nigeria, and the fault of Nigeria and the way that we have failed in the infrastructures that we need in that nation, both physical infrastructure and mental infrastructure. I'm afraid that we use all these things as talking points because we are free to speak if we had to pay to speak, half of the rubbish that I hear on all these channels and all these platforms, they won't be said. They won't be said because what we speak of, we don't know how expensive some of the diatribe that we speak on is. It's expensive to us. We, as men and women, but particularly the men. I'm afraid we are using everything as a talking shop. We have no backbone. We have no courage. We have no fortitude. And this is our major problem, which is why we can castigate and talk about any other issue like we know what we're talking about. We have no idea. If people are fighting for their lives and we have news of it, we should be really, if we're speaking about Iran and any other nation, we should be really looking at the aspects that are going on and championing the people of that nation to rise, to rise, to rise. Because in this world today, as we are becoming a global village, my brother, we are all each other's keepers, or we are all each other's keepers. And the more we talk rubbish about each other, the more we go backwards. I'm annoyed, extremely annoyed at the lack of urgency we as Nigerians show. We as Africans show no urgency in the fact that the world is spinning and we are sleeping in real terms. What is happening in West Africa right now, where we have the AES countries who are back in their stance? But no, we're not doing that. What we're doing is looking how we can, in Tinubu's terms, invade the country when he was head of ECOWAS. That was his brainchild, or the brainchild of his operators in France and wherever else in the world. We've got to take serious note of what's going on around the world, especially of those of us in the diaspora, especially those of us who reckon that we are educated people. We need our energies to act like a laser beam. Before we get there, we have to find agreement. Where we have no agreement, believe me, nothing is going to happen. My belief, as I would end, is that 2027, the elections should be annulled by the people. We should not go into any election in order to receive the same rubbish that we have received for the last 10 years, coming into 11 years. We shouldn't allow Tinubu to finish his terms, and we should make sure that a 2-year interim is put in place for us to, as Nigerians, or to discuss the horror of a state that we've achieved in the last God knows how many years, 60 odd years. The horror of nonsense that we want to give and offer to our children. Who wants to give this nonsense as an inheritance to our children? My brothers and my sisters, I will thank you for giving me your time. I will end there.
Thank you. Madam Zidan, you wanted to say something?
I never wanted to say something. I heard when he said he's special. I now said yes. I said they're Peshas. They're not Arabs. They never said they're Arabs. They will keep telling you, if you meet them anywhere, they will tell you they're Peshas. They're not Arabs. Whatever that means, I don't care to know. Now, secondly, to Niger, I never knew this platform is now for activism. But let me register my voice. Now I know where the anger is coming from. I want to re-register my voice again in what I said. Number one, what I said is that when death wants to kill, it will kill. I'm talking about back to Chimamanda's case. When death wants to take anybody, it will take anybody. That is number one thing I said. Whether you are in what's that? The best hospital in the world, Simo, the one that uses robot, take somewhere in California. Whether you're there or whether you are in Nigeria, when death wants to take somebody, it will take someone. That's the first thing I said. The second thing I said is that a case, a medical condition that has to be referred is no longer a mere code. It's a very serious medical condition. I'm not a medical doctor, But when you have medical condition to the extent you have to be referred, it's no longer a mere. If it is a mere, any doctor can handle it, any hospital can handle it. That is number 2. Number 3, the anger. Let me register the third thing. I think that's what brought the anger. This idea of when something happens, you start destroying the institutions without getting the result to confirm that at least the institution is wrong. I don't like it. And I will always say it. Why will I say that? Because 80%, let me not say 90%, but let me say 80% of medical doctors in diaspora from Nigeria are Nigerian trained. They went to medical school in Nigeria. So, in all, I'm not saying there might not be a mistake. And as I said, if a doctor will not know something as small as a dose, then that doctor should rot in hell, not even in prison, in hell. I rest my case. Now back to Iran. Prince Daddy, what I was saying is that those people, their head no correct. If you monitor them, you will know that they actually do need a strong handle. I'm telling you, look at what is happening in Nigeria. Look at what they are doing in Nigeria. They really need a strong hand. But I'm not saying a strong hand in buying protesters and hanging people and things like that. But then they really need somebody who can put his feet down. That guy you are calling that ran away to United States, I don't think he has the capacity and capability to handle Iran. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Zita. Please, Madam Zita, you were counting some numbers. You said number 1, number 2, concerning the first issue you discussed. Me, I want to, if you stop at number 3, me, I want to add number 4. What I want to say about that issue is this. Following the story, the whole thing that one man read from wherever source that he read that report concerning the unfortunate thing that happened in Nigeria, the painful, death of that child. What I will have to say is this. You see, when I followed that, when Mama was reading it, when I followed it, that's why I cannot actually agree with the narrative that is already in the space. And then I will also want to say that those of us who said that this topic should be maybe taken further until necessary things are done, necessary investigations are done. Because if you really want to follow it, saying that they went to the first hospital, and then this is coming from the mother of the child, going to the first hospital, then referred to another, and then something in the US is waiting for them. I think they were almost going to the US, waiting for them to take it up from there.
Sorry,
and then
Isaac,
yeah.
Who is the one doing the investigation? Is it the medical board or the state government, or who is the one doing the?
I think
they said the state government.
The state government.
But I don't really want the state government to do it.
It should be the medical board, right?
In Nigeria. No, I want them to take it abroad.
The medical board. Okay, the medical board as not the hospital, but the medical board.
Because they can come in and on behalf of the state and then do the investigation on behalf of the state. Or I don't know how it works in Nigeria, or who does what, or I don't know if it's a criminal.
Yeah, well, let me just conclude my point. You see, with all these stories, it was like, let's quickly. I think the child was already like weak. Like, I think the mistake she made coming to Nigeria December, because that child, one thing we are not asking, where is the child's medical report? I think the child should have medical history. So from that history, we might now discover that this thing has been with the child even right from the US. They've been managing it, and then when you have your history, and then it is not that same hospital in the US that is actually a case like that following it.
Where did you get that the child has a medical history? Said it was a mere code, like a
No,
flu.
I'm saying that narrative might not be correct. You understand? I believe that child has a very serious issue even before they came to Nigeria. That's what I believe from the whole narrative. That's why I'm saying the
All right.
investigation should be carried out, go back to US, do the autopsy, they find out the child's medical history, and if they can get all that together, and then see where the problem actually started.
No,
Thank
you
you.
can no, but you must also do investigation in Nigeria. So earlier I said the medical, but in terms of what is the procedure of the hospital? Did they meet the Nigerian requirement, whatever their own requirement is to operate an ICU or whatever? So they should have their own standards in Nigeria. So did they meet the requirement? What did they give? The dosing of the medication? That is what the medical board locally can look into. Now I get the part of autopsy abroad and all. That is a different part of the investigation. But I'm saying as a system itself to prevent further occurrence in Nigeria, the medical board then needs to look at the hospital itself. Now, what's going on here? Do you have any other complaints about the same thing going on in the past 5-10 years? So systemic overall of the system.
Okay, I'm assuming that private hospitals in Nigeria fall under the purview of the state or the medical association too, right?
You would
So
think so. I don't know what the regulations are for private clinics or hospitals. So that is what they need to look into. Or that even helps, in certain environments. This kind of things also helps for them to look at what the law and the rules says and to update the rules. So if something is missing here, we can then require that.
Okay, so maybe set a new benchmark.
Yeah, moving on forward, you must have A, B, C, or D. That is what helps the industry go. But I hope Nigeria takes that into account, that you must improve your system and you must learn from this. But you need the medical board to come in and thoroughly look at the system to see if they do their own due diligence to save the child. If not, the system has to be overhauled for all private hospitals, also the public ones as well.
Yeah, okay, let me quick question for Mr. Jagun before not to go tangentially. But Mr. Jagun, are you anti-democracy by any chance?
Well,
I was expecting that.
What kind of question is that? Okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Allow me to
Because of his
answer.
position now, it should be asked. It should answer.
Okay. No, I can answer, please. I'm not anti-democracy. When I look at the politics of the world and the history of politics, it's very difficult to find a better way of managing governance. Having said that, it is not beyond the people to have a mindfulness that nothing is perfect, and least of all, democracy. I will put it to you that democracy at one time was probably, in the history that we know of, was probably a sanctified way of governance. However, the democracy that we have today, as is being shown, if you tell yourself the truth, is fake. The governments in this UK that I'm in, they are chosen and selected before any election is whether you believe it or not. I know, because we come from Nigeria, and Nigeria is a very desperate place, desperate arena. Getting out of Nigeria, escaping from Nigeria, is everybody's dream because of the level that we act. But because we can come to the West and switch on the light, and the light actually comes on, that is not the be all and end all. We give too much reverence to the West in Africa, particularly in Nigeria. And I put it to you that whilst democracy is arguably the best way of governance that we see, away from socialism, communism, and all the rest of it, The capitalist regime with which we live under is not sustainable. I don't know if that answers your question.
Regarding Iran, I think sometimes some people can be a little bit harsh because it's not an overt, Western democratic system. One, it's not hereditary, if I'm not mistaken, and there are elections are held in the country, and it's not as I know they've changed presidents for sure. Ahmadinejad is not there anymore. So they do have a ton of a representative system as a kind of way of governance. It's just that they are very anti-Israel ideologically. Their religious aspect is very, very anti-Israel. They don't believe in the fact that Israel can just come and take land, and that is at the core of their real problem.
But to Nigeria, you didn't allow him to answer all his questions now. You know the reason why why Trump
But
Daddy
he spoke about
No, hold on. The reason why Trump Daddy asked that question was that because he was asking Nigerians to truncate the current democratic process of Nigeria. A democratically elected government, we should not allow them to finish. We should just stop them midway. What kind of anarchical thinking of
That person
mindset
speaking, is he a Nigerian? I don't think so.
I don't know. Is the Nigerian because that name is
I think
Nigerian name.
See, the only reason why you are protecting the Nigerian system now is hold on.
No, let him respond. Let Jagan respond. Let Jagan respond.
Can you let me talk? Come on.
Nigerian democracy.
Hold on. Let me finish
not
talking,
allow him to finish. We should just throw
this
him
guy,
out.
you know what? Let me see. Let me mute him because you have to let people talk too. See, the idea that you are defending democracy now, most of you are very, very hypocritical because if it's not your man in office now, maybe it was Buhari in office, you are not going to be this defensive of democracy. This is kind of behavior we have all the time. Like some people try to say that Chimamanda was, or the people there are trying to politicize this. Everything is to protect their person in office. That's all they care about, whether the person is performing well or not. Jago doesn't believe in the democratic system that we have, right? He believes that the whole thing is a sham. So if it's a sham, then why should he support it? I don't subscribe to the same view. I actually think that if you have a continuous system that is relatively stable in Nigeria, this is the only stable system we've had for, I think, going to 26 years now more, that it is worth reforming, not necessarily truncating. But that is his view. And the only reason why I'm criticizing it, because I don't think you are criticizing it honestly. You are just being reactionary and defending whoever because you like the person that is in office, not because you are actually evaluating it dispassionately.
If it's okay to Nigeria, allow me to try and sharpen my answer. Firstly, I will say to the madam who asked whether I'm Nigerian, I'm afraid all these types of jabs, they're not just unnecessary, they're poisonous. If you are not aware that Nigerians have been in that diaspora for 400 years, I have been in the diaspora before any of you people, so-called, came anywhere near the diaspora. So my understanding of we as Nigerians is much deeper than your own. What is a Nigerian? Do you know what a Nigerian is in terms of the physical space that we call Nigeria and who comes out of that country? The depth of knowledge that comes out of that country since the 1800s. I've been here since 1970. I was born in Nigeria, and I was born during the Biafra War, and my memory of the Biafra War is vivid. I remember those years of my life more than I remember 2 weeks ago. I remember the smell of dead bodies. I was in Sapele. I remember the aircraft that used to fly overhead. I remember soldiers going to and fro in front of our house. So I beg, don't humor yourself with the nonsense that bounces around your head, telling you who is a Nigerian and who is not. I think you made mention that a real Nigerian is a person who has never left the country. What a damn idiotic suggestion. Nigerians are global. Nigerians are needed in this planet. Nigerians, unfortunately, are deeply confused with the responsibility that they have to this planet. All we do is to pack ourselves into the church, believe in all kinds of hullabaloo, don't know what we're kind of, and feel that we can look down on people. You don't know that there's a human consciousness in me, which is why you can put that suggestion in front of your four. I reject it wholeheartedly. You know, people that think like you know, they get in my way in this life. You're a person who gets in the way of progress. I'll end. Thank you.
Sorry, Tunaja, please. Our brother, I think our brother said he's been here.
Can I say something?
Madam Zita, please, let me
Okay.
just quickly chip in. Our brother that just finished speaking. I don't know if I heard you right. Did you say you've been in diaspora since 1970?
Correct.
Since 1970, it means I was born 3 years after, because I was born 67. 3 years after my birth, you left. So I don't really understand. You've been here since 1970. Come from your voice.
What is it that you don't? Please put your question. I don't understand what you don't understand.
Let me talk now. When you are talking, you say nobody should talk. I'm talking now. Let me talk.
Yes, sir.
From your voice, may I tell you, from your voice,
from
your voice, if I add the age together, both the age you spend for Nigeria and the age when you say you take this, if I add that together, let me say, don't they go like maybe 75, 80 years old?
No, I'm not that old. I'm not that old. I'm not. Wait. I'm not that old. Don't
when you
prescribe.
open your camera, may we see your face, whether you don't even see.
Why? Let me see your face.
Since 1970. They born you when? See you. Your voice not even talk. Say you be my voice. Self, they go no say I old past you.
Isaac, let's not go that route of
It's a really strange argument. It's a really.
You are a doctor. If people they talk, you know say the age where they now.
Okay,
you
fair enough.
You don't say this man not senior me now.
My brother, my big brother.
See, his voice be like baby voice. They say he be 70, 80 years old.
If you stay abroad for that long, your accent become lighter. You no green leave Nigeria, no green make Nigeria leave you. I beg,
I don't know Nigeria, but I not go lie.
I know. I say how you don't say
1970.
Forefather, would you correct them for me?
Joe, don't do this now. You come on, don't.
No, forefather knows me very well. Correct them for me, please.
Now Joe, they talk so.
No, I'm asking forefather who knows me.
Because I don't see Joe for camera. Now Joe be this. Now they saying they 80-something years old.
Oh dear God.
No, nobody's 80-something years old here. Jesus Christ. Let's.
A person where you call diaspora for. I mean, I hear the born you. You call diaspora 1970. I mean, how you talking? 1970. Then you go Nigeria. How many years you did Nigeria before you come?
Was when he was there. Did you say how old you were?
I haven't lied to you. This is my man who is quibbling. If I can, my man. I forefather, I thought you would have done a better job of quelling this funniness. My man who is speaking. I'm an old boy. You understand? How I speak and my cadence does not tell you.
I don't see you for camera. Sometimes you wear blue. You better say you be doctor, say. Sometimes they wear blue. I see your face now.
You know, all these comments, they're just nonsensical.
Just let one person speak at a time. Clearly you haven't seen him. I don't think he has ever worn blue.
I believe your query.
Wear blue like nurse.
No, it's not him.
I believe your line of query and inquisition is pathetic. It bears no witness to anything apart from your stupidity.
If you like to increase your English, I didn't hear everything they talk.
I talk to you now. I talk to you. You want me to speak pidgin? You want me to speak Yoruba?
Come on.
What language would you like me to speak?
Speak vernacular. Speak pidgin English for me.
What did I go speak pidgin for?
I think you know they even speak pidgin. I think you know even they speak pidgin English, sir.
And they speak now. Bros. Give me a little bit. Wait. Brother, and the people, people of this panel, wait, please, I'm begging you, please wait. I won't be long. People of this panel, I come here with respect. I would like us to conduct ourselves with a degree of respect.
But not by calling people
Wait,
stupid now.
Joe. Please just wait. The way that we are communicating with each other, one man is not one man. The person speaking is telling me that I am lying about my age or I'm lying about who I am as a Nigerian. These are not the factors that we're supposed to be speaking of. I came on this show especially because I couldn't comment because one man doesn't allow commentary for those who do not subscribe, and I'm not subscribing to one man. He's not a friend of mine. However, he does come to my channel where I do reside, where you can see my face, where he would basically be belittling a channel just like this with other Nigerians who are speaking commonly as we are here. But he will drag that channel down for God knows what reason. So I've come on board because I believe that one man is not every individual on this platform. So I come with respect as a Niger somebody who speaks urgency. The lady who spoke and said, I didn't know that this was a platform for, what is it called? For resistance, or I beg your pardon, I quote you wrongly, but I know what you meant. And whilst it is not that it's a talking shop indeed, I believe that we as Nigerians who care about Nigeria have a responsibility to speak.
Most of them don't. Most of them don't.
Well, I have to say it like this. We need to speak truth to the condition that we are in, not just in Nigeria, but globally. Because you see, the trauma that Nigerians are under worldwide, not in Nigeria alone, no, Nigeria will follow you as a Nigerian wherever it is you're going. So you that don't like my accent or believe that I speak in with a young voice, I thank you for that. But boy, I'm long in the tooth. So that's my statement to suggest legitimacy to say what I have to say.
Please, can I ask you, Nigeria, please, where is President Tinubu?
Joel,
let's change this a little bit. Where is President Tinubu? I'm asking you so that you add it to what you're saying. The question you want to ask to Nigeria. Where is President Tinubu? Thank you.
Tinubu is I'm not sure where he is.
Are you going to answer? You have no idea.
I was watching today. I was watching, so I wanted to meet one man so badly because the last time I was on the show, he was telling me, oh, he was trying to marinate over it. Our president has been out. This is 9th. So today is the 11th. 11 days into the new year, we've not seen our president. Oh my goodness.
Joel of Nashville. Do you know?
I hear you, sir. I hear you, sir.
Let me say hello to you now. My non-professional professional. I mean, according to Trump, I just wanted to say that. Let me leave that. I don't want to say too much. But anyways, I have not seen you in a minute. I hope you're okay in Tennessee. Just wanted to say hello. That's all. But you can go ahead.
No, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So many good things.
You know now. They say you don't be professional anymore. Trump don't come out for professionalism.
It's just for listen to Nigeria. See. Let me tell you something, right? It was only as regards to how you'll be able to access funding, right? But it didn't affect your pay, it didn't affect anything, So I mean, I'm good with whatever he does, and I think what he did was good because we have some of these people coming out as nurses today. You look at them, you be like, man, if I'm sick, I don't want them to treat me. I don't know if you've had that vibe, being in the healthcare field. So I think the quality of nurses that we bring out, we dole out today is also, it's not really satisfying. I mean,
do you have to precept some of them, and you've seen that pattern for the past 5 years?
I mean, even working with them, working with them, even going to school with them, the pattern. Sometimes we think say Odu, not only for Nigeria, they also do Odu here.
Expo.
Expo. Now they do Expo for here now, and everything is just like on the computer, on the internet, So, but I mean, at the end of the day, I always believed in something. For you to be a nurse, you just have to have the heart to care for people. That's the fundamental. Every other thing, you can get through education and all that. But if you have the heart to care for people, that is the basic.
And
because at the end of the day, that is what really matters to the patient.
And
You
the
see,
chairman, what do you think about the chairman thing in Nigeria?
it's an unfortunate situation, and I've already seen people say Nigeria happened to the sun. Nigeria happened to the sun. I want to say this: it's a worldwide issue. So I wasn't even thinking about Chimamanda Adichie before I started talking about nurses. It's not only nurses. You have some doctors that you would consider incompetent as well. So it could happen anywhere. In fact, about 3 weeks ago in one of my courses, we were just going through videos of malpractices that led to death here in the United States. You see, look, in order to build a nation, you're not building a nation that where there will be absence of, defects. But in such defects, you should be able to say, is this something that is manageable? And if it is manageable, are people held accountable? Do you understand? Yes. I mean, it is normal. Yeah, if it's a malpractice, what happens? Are we talking about this because it's Chimamanda Adichie? What about other people? I could even remember my dad, when my dad even had heart cancer. And they had to operate. Everything about the malpractice happened. But who questioned? Nobody questioned. There's nobody to talk to. So Nigeria is like a free for all. Nigeria has no standard. I mean, I don't understand. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah,
we don't have standards.
Whoever is just speaking, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much.
Hold on now. Hold on.
I am. I just wanted to thank my brother for saying the truth.
No. Before I do something, hold on. They said the baby was carried on the anesthesiologist's shoulder out of procedure to the ICU. That's what I read. That post procedure, there was no stretcher. It was just put on his shoulders. And do you?
Oh wow.
So I'm thinking that something is missing. Where you put somebody post surgery on your shoulder and you just take them to ICU. They don't even have. And I said for pediatrics, I was saying earlier. Maybe you were not here. They have their own. They have their own special ICU, different from the general. Because pediatrics. So you cannot just lump that. Were they equipped to handle pediatric ICU situation like SICU? I don't think
exactly. Exactly. Because adult and kid and child ICU are two different things. Many people don't know that. You know that you were able to work in an ICU that way you can manage adults, and where you are managing kids are two different things. Right? Yeah, it could be the same. It could be the same principle, but at the end of the day, the equipments are different. How would you carry someone post-op? It does not matter if it is Nigeria or anywhere. How would you carry anyone post-op on your shoulder? So that is why. Well, that's the thing now. You now have to sue the hospital first, because the doctor on his own might just be doing the best he could do at that particular point in time. He could be doing the best, because if he doesn't have a stretcher, what do you want him to do? Leave him there? Or probably it could have been smarter and probably use a sheet and do like a log roll kind of situation and just, maintain that. But at the end of the day, a stretcher is a stretcher. And if you compromise that situation where they are in, anything could happen, because oh God, stretcher.
Yeah.
Stretcher. No, look. Let me remind you. Let me remind you, please, before you go forward. Let me remind you. You know what kid Oliver the Coco? You know what kid Oliver the Coco at Magada Hospital?
What happened to him?
No oxygen.
There was none.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I'm asking because they said the child had infection, then he went heart attack. That means it was septic. I'm like, there's nobody that
septic.
I mean, Joe, you know what I'm talking about. That if somebody, there's no way you will not catch it now. You will see the signs. You will see that.
Yes.
Of course. You don't go from infection to heart attack in a day. That does not make
Yes,
sense.
but the thing, another thing you ask is this: when did they take him to the hospital?
Exactly. Like
Time matters. You know the Nigerian way, right? They go first give. No matter how rich you are in Nigeria, there's this thing about us in Nigeria. We and chemists, local chemists, something about us and them. You know, no matter how rich you are, I better go get tell this man, tell him stay chemist, tell him say headache, and they get headache.
It's even worse if you go school more. It's even worse if you go school. You say, I know, yeah, they go and buy that specific one that with the work.
Exactly. Exactly. So that is the thing. At what time did they take him to the hospital? And if it was late, we can blame the hospital now. We know the stretcher thing.
By the way, Joel, that was the second hospital. It was somewhere and it was referred to that the one where he died.
As a specialist now.
The hospital not get stretcher. We are just concluding now. Say they not get stretcher.
No,
why are we behaving like this?
Isaac, the
how come
said,
that caliber of woman? I be not be the person where they discuss the matter. So not be him that they discuss this kind of woman.
They don't the hospital where they carry
go. You say you not get stretcher.
Nah, no, we didn't say that. Nah. The woman said when the
baby I know that there is no stretcher.
That's what the woman said. Now, so we're not the one saying that. She said that our own child was carried on the shoulder. Not that is what she said, not what we are saying.
The more that they tell you, say now what happened, you ask again. So to Niger, see, if there is one area, I would like to work in, it's in the Ministry of Health. Because I believe to Niger, most of these things can be tackled. It's not rocket science. Most of these things can be tackled. You see, the lack of inspection in our public life. There is no inspection.
None.
Look at the goods. Look at the prices of goods in the market. You see, it goes from immediately they say they put fuel, 10 naira on fuel. You see, the prices of everything will go 20. Nobody is there to say no.
Even
price gouging.
Even
we do it.
We go up.
You know what I'm saying?
I think we have engaged in these micro corrupt practices or practices that are not standard for far too long, and this is all the results we are getting. What is actually alarming is the amount of people that have lost their life due to oxygen not being available, because I gather that this case has that oxygen element too. Oliver the Coke oxygen. I know somebody that lost their life last year due to the fact that they didn't have oxygen nearby.
Exactly. And these are the people you know.
Tunaja, let me say this. You know, I was recently in hospital last year in May, and I was there for 2.5 weeks in London. And although my situation was quite critical, it didn't stop me from observing what was going on around me. Do you know about 6 times every day the cleaner would come, somebody will come and spray the whole place, and the way that they were operating in a local hospital, these aren't any big hospital I'm speaking about. I asked them, why are you doing this? They said that a lot of germs are collected and people die in the hospital because of the germs in the hospital. Imagine the amount of germs that are going around in any hospital. If you are not, as my man said, inspecting and being really pedantic, if you like, about the cleanliness of a place called hospital, then you failed. You have failed. 2 of my aunties, who should very well be alive, my mum's sisters, both of them at different points of time went to hospital for minor issues. They came out dead.
My auntie has a life.
Wait, if I can just land. This happens to people. Somebody has already said. Anyhow, is it because it's Chimamanda? No, it's Chimamanda's president's position and the position of somebody like Anthony Joshua highlight that this can happen to anybody. And with that, we have to push to make sure that we are heard. Otherwise, it just continues, bro.
It continues.
Look, the road is a death trap. The hospital is a death trap.
Yeah, my brother, they said something, right? They said that in Nigeria we're all poor. When somebody made that statement, I did not understand. I did not understand what they were talking about. When he said that, I was like, but when I now reasoned it, because it was the Anthony Joshua's death and accident, right? And I reasoned it. So I was looking at the emergency response.
No ambulance, Joel. No ambulance in somebody's car. People are even recording.
Nothing.
Eroding the space. No space for the everybody with just their camera. I'm like, what kind of people are this?
Yes, hold on now, Tubaba. Then sometime around December 24th to 20, I don't know, I can't pick the dates. There was a fire on a building, and in Lagos, right? I think it's in the Balogun, right? And they said that there were people trapped, that they were making calls from the rubbles. And we were celebrating Eyo. People were in the rubbles. I have never seen anything like that before. And they finally died there. Look, there is a collapse of building over here, at least. There will be effort to see if they could, excavate and save, even if it's only one life. Because in such situations, time matters. Time matters. You allowed it over the weekend after you enjoyed Eyo. And you came back on Monday to come and inspect as the governor of the state. That is to tell you, your life does not matter in Nigeria. It does not matter. It's the truth. Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question, because you said you have interest to work in the Ministry of Health in Nigeria to change things. And you have cabals. I mean, for example, look at what, like somebody said in the comments, what Dora went to, even with NAFDAC. Now, in the ministry, you're going to face opposition. If you have that chance one day, what would you do differently? What do you think to because you have all these cabals, and even with the fake drugs, the people corruption, how would you fight that in the ministry?
You see, first and foremost, I always believe by leading by example. That is first. If you're clean on your own, then that is the first part of it. Secondly, you start bringing up innovations. And it's not like these innovations are something that it's not like rocket science. These laws are there. Those innovations you're talking about, you'll be surprised. If you go to the books of Nigeria, all this public policy, you will see beautiful, beautiful, beautiful things. Nobody is pursuing them. So what I will do is that in relation to my belief and how I feel the health system should work, I will go about digging those laws and making sure that I push it. Then that is a service. If at the end of the day, I am making those points, and for some reason the president has my support, or the president supports me, then probably I'll do it on a larger scale. If this cabal goes to the president and say, "Hey, Mr. President, this man is stopping us," so, and it's a corrupt system like we have today, and the man says I should leave, I'll leave.
Can I ask, are you a doctor, Mr. Jewell?
No, I'm a nurse. I'm a nurse.
I see. Please continue.
You understand? So that's what I can do. In public life, it's service. If you offer your service and the people says no, it's public. I go back to my private practice. All I can do is in my own private practice, I will make sure I do things right. Yeah, if you come here, you gotta do it right. That is what I can do in my own little cocoon.
Because Joel, for people like us, that I think I've said it on the platform before, where we give some from America. All these pumps in America that hospitals now that they want to dump. So we have got orders for them to be some form of donation to African hospitals. They love what So I got some, and my friend got some beds in New York. We ship it to to my hometown to all these small clinics. You know, they were using that gravity flow drips now. So I'm like, okay, for helping, let's just get you there. Do you know when we gave it to them, when we flew back, they sold all those pumps to private hospitals.
Okay.
They took it out. I'm like, it's for them. They sold it.
Mm-hmm.
So how can I help? Even on your own, when you're helping, they frustrate your efforts.
Yes. So to Baba, you see, you have to look at it this way. You see, that is why when we come out here to talk sometimes, people don't really understand. You see, we have to separate the funding of the federal, state, and local governments. Let us have a functional local government, because most of these things we are talking about are the functions of the local government. They are closer to those environments. They are closer to those local hospitals. They will be able to inspect it. They will be able to say, okay, this is what our rules are. This, but our local government is practically dead, or at the mercy of the state governor. So sometimes the state governor say, okay, you know what, take 5 million on this. You say?
So if let's say we have true LG council autonomy, you
exactly.
You might run as an LG local government chairman and then do what you want to do as your
exactly. So a local government chairman can do a lot. A lot. As long as you don't go in there, looking for the next position. I would have just thought that public office in Nigeria should just be 5 years single term for everybody. After 5 years, get out. Because you see, I would have said, oh, we need experience. But you see, the psyche of the black man is different. It's not like that of the white people. There's something inherently wrong with us. We hate ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, no, I am not. I'm saying look at everywhere. Look at every black country.
Bro,
Tell me which one that you
I
like.
go even deeper than you. I call us stupid. That's what I call us all. Anyway, continue. I'm just laughing. No worries.
You understand me? If you say, okay, all right, okay, come to the blacks in America. Go to the hood. Go and look at their life.
Absolutely.
Go to the city that they are running. Because these are cities where the funding comes to them, they manage it and everything. Go there. You see that corruption. Look at what is going on in Minnesota. And these are like nothing compared to what
billions of dollars.
Billions. You understand what I'm saying? So somebody was telling me, I had a Somalian friend, and he was telling me, but you guys ought to start. I said, I cannot stand with you on that nonsense. Did you give me anyone? I have been friends with you for 12 years. You did not tell me anything like that is going on. Every time you tell me you're going to Minnesota. Every time you tell me you're going to Minnesota. You don't hook me up. Now you want me to go and protest with you. I said, I cannot do that nonsense with you. What nonsense? Every time this guy will tell me they go to Minnesota. I'm going to Minnesota. What happened? That's where my people are. This and that. You come back every year, you go buy new car. You come back, you get better car. You understand what I'm saying? These guys were making a killing.
And somebody brought something. A friend of mine brought something today. He said, like, to your point about black people, he said even Nigerians, we are big enough to actually have political influence in some cities.
In some cities, yeah.
We don't even talk to each other. We just we don't even know the power of numbers.
No. Do you know why that thing came out like that?
Why, ma?
That's
Happy New Year, by the way.
Something.
Happy New Year, by the way.
Happy New Year. No, we sing the other day now.
Oh, we see. Okay, not true. Okay, we see this year. Okay, go ahead.
It's Dojo.
Is that Dojo? I know now. I know.
The guy just connect all the network and jam them together. If I tell you people a story, that story I will tell it when you go offline. That Doge did a lot of things in the United States. If you see the do you know those boys we are driving Bethany?
They were building malls. What did you say, Bentley? What is Bentley? They were building malls, estates. In fact, I heard that in the part of Kenya where they reside, it's like real estate galore. They are doing good. They stole that money, and But my own thing is this: if you are in problem and you don't have a house, and I let you into my house and you stole from me, that's the way I see it. You understand me? At least I'm not saying okay, if something come up, make you no take, but at least you now so it's still small.
But that's happened to Nigeria. Remember the early 2000s with home health with Nigerians in Dallas. They had their own share too now of this nonsense now. So
but it was you see I am not you see that of the Nigerians, right? Two different issues. Like that of Nigeria would be like, hey, you catch them, put them in jail. That is the basic for me. If you do the crime, do the time. I am not trying to say this one is better than the other one, right? Now, the one in Dallas happened. I get it, but when you put it in on a scale, the amount of money, it's not comparable. It is not comparable. So.
Yeah, I wish you luck on your political journey. Honestly, if you run for, hopefully Tinubu, I know you can get this true LG autonomy thing, because I think many people like us can afford to fund local campaigns at that level. I think we can local government.
He only has 1 year. He only has 1 year to do that.
He must. As I said it, he must give me two things within this remaining 1 year: true LG autonomy and state police. If not, don't talk to me. I don't hear anything. You must be
no. Whether he does it or he doesn't, he's living in a year's time.
Go on with
there is no
ADC for ADC. Are you ADC now? Where are you, Joel? Are you ADC now?
Well, I will answer you. I will ask. I'm in Nigeria, so I'm going to answer you with another question. Where is Peter Obi?
I don't know. I mean, you tell me.
If you know where Peter B is, then that's where I am.
Maybe he might leave for AM people tomorrow. We know the guy just.
I will follow him there. If Peter B goes, if Peter B joins Christmas party, I will follow him to Christmas party. Look, let me tell you something. See, to Niger, there is something that happens whenever you meet somebody that you feel that cares. You see, it's not that Peter B is so extraordinary, but amongst all the politicians I've seen, he is the one that has shown me that I care.
So you don't mind, you don't like you said, you will go anywhere. But how did you feel about him joining those people in the ADC? Because remember I asked you, and you said it was a bridge to the new Nigeria. That was your response. It was a bridge.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about then going back to those same couple of people that I felt like it had something new going on. Like there was no need for him to join those people, in my opinion. But how did you feel about that? How did you feel about it?
Yeah, I felt good about it.
Really?
Do you know why? Yes. Do you know why? I've always known something in Nigeria. The character of the nation is always determined by the character of the president. Quote me anywhere. Look at Trump today. Look at what Trump is doing in the United States. Every election promises, every promise he made in his election, he accomplished it within 5 months. In fact, he extended to 9 months because he had to do the other one. 9 months. He did everything that he said he was going to do. Maduro, Biden came out and put 15 million bounty. They increased it to 25 million. Then that increased it to 50 million. Trump went in, got him and out. Cheap operation compared to the way we normally do occupation. Occupation costs money, right? But you see what he did in Iran? Hit out. I
get that, Joel. I get that, but I'm saying that there seems to be this opposition within the ADC towards the obedient entering. You know, the Labour was not that as strong politically, but the ADC is kind of resisting that movement coming into the ADC. So
they can't resist the movement because that is their artery. You cannot. I am just being honest with you. If they try it, they will go the PDP way by 2027. Quote me today.
Yeah, because the obedience, they want that direct primaries where every member of the party votes, but they want to stick to the indirect primaries where they are the ones that just vote, not the members of the party. So even if you join the ADC, they will let you vote. And people from your own part of obedience, they say they want to be part of the voting process in the primaries, which they don't want.
Yeah, we will be part of the process. Because if we say this is the thing to Nigeria, this is the thing, right? If we're going to have a coalition, what is the coalition for? Is it to just grab power from Tinubu? Then we still go through this route? No. We cannot go through, we are tired. What we are looking at is how do we change Nigeria? And you know, sometimes people say, oh, why disobedience? Why disobedience? Why the obedience? Obedience are everywhere. Even in the APC that you are in, there are obedience in there.
Jewel, sir.
Why? If you believe that you love Nigeria, you want Nigeria to progress, you are automatically obedient. But it is foolhardy when you look at the character of the person that you want to steer the ship. To Nigeria, you were here long enough. I told you here, I said, my dad always tells me, garbage in, garbage out. I said, Tinubu is not going to do something so extraordinary. You know why? Because he is thinking about the next election.
It's like the ADC, it's like they want your number, but they don't want your candidate per se. They want that crowd.
They want the crowd, but you don't want our candidate. No.
Exactly.
And besides, and this is the thing. Let's begin with the fundamentals. Power must reside in the South 8 years. That is the first one. That is the foundation.
Terrible foundation.
You said?
I said that's a terrible foundation. You know,
no. Let me land my thought.
I actually want to ask you a couple of questions. So let me
land there. You cannot ask me. Let me just land this one. The reason why I say this is that we've had this running battle in Nigeria for too long.
Far too long.
For far too long. And we've been able to come to a compromise.
Which compromise is that, sir?
The compromise is that the South does 8 years and the North does 8 years.
That's the same nonsense we've been doing.
Yeah, no. We just started doing it in 1999.
Isn't that long enough? Isn't that long enough to show you that
what could have been the alternative? Maybe you might not have a country. See, let me tell you.
Wait, Jewel. Let me ask you these questions.
Go ahead.
Are you actually in Nigeria in terms of you maybe looking to a political game?
No, there's no political game. My game.
No, I don't mean game flippantly. I mean, you want to run for mayor, I believe, or something.
No, not now, but sometime in future. Yes.
I see. Okay, let me put this to you as an obedient.
Mm-hmm.
I, like you, 2023. I had a lot of hope for Nigeria because of Obi, the kind of person he is and what he put down, or the kind of person I thought he was and what he put down as something of a strategy to change Nigeria, which no other candidate did. Tinubu didn't tell you anything that he was going to do, apart from he's going to follow on from where Buhari stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in Peter Obi joining, not in the last 2 years that he has had to actually force an opposition to the present APC party, to me, he slept on that responsibility. And then he went to ADC and is confirmed inside ADC. In that ADC, it's full to the brim with devils, pedophiles, and all kind of scum. Is that where he should find himself?
Yes.
Oh, that's
and
terrible.
I'll tell you why.
No. You can say, but already, Monty, I've lost all respect and regard for what you're going to say, because
it's all right. I mean, you could have
my brother. You rightly put it to us that your belief and your stance with Peter Obi is because you feel that he is a good-natured person and feels for the country. That's the same thing that caught me with Peter Obi. But when you now see that one, if he won, because I believe he won, but if he actually entered parliament, if he entered parliament and he was the president of Nigeria, given the fact that Labour at the time had very little positioning in the whole nation, he would have found it very, very difficult to govern. Very difficult. One. The 2 years that he would have understood this, instead of him galvanizing nation to really stand behind him for the next election, he didn't do that. He made mentioning here and there, and now he found himself with all the enemies that were pulling him down during the time of his election. This is I don't want to just say normal stupidity. This is not stupidity. It just tells you that it is business as usual with all these politicians. If Nigeria does not stop this nonsense, Nigeria will continue stumbling from pillar to post. Guaranteed. If you believe, wait, I will end like this. If you believe that whoever comes in power, given a 2027 election, that it will be any different from what we have had since 1999, stumbling. If you think that, then I think you are. I don't want to you just push out any
free yourself. Use anything. I don't feel offended. I mean,
very good.
You're not close to me. Just feel free.
Thank you, sir. I respect that.
Yeah.
You feel that there's going to be any change in 2027?
Yes, there will be.
And further back,
and I'll tell you why.
I'm afraid you are living in Nigerian stupor.
Okay, no problem. Now, let me just say this, right? Thank you very much. I mean, if I tell you that I do not have that same fear, I will be stupid. But I will explain the reason why I have faith in what Obi did. Now, if you look at the last election, right? We were all emotional, and being emotional got us 6-point-something votes, 6-point-something million votes. What INEC gave us. Now, if you look at our votes, it came from South and the Middle Belt. In the Core North, we performed woefully. So it will be foolhardy to go into the 27 election with such strategy. So what are you trying to do? What are you going to do? You need some strong blocks from the Core North. And now, let me tell you one other thing that you didn't pay notice to. When everything was going on in Labour Party, the Obedient were trying to form a political party. We saw all these things. But what happened? The Tinubu government blocked it. Look at every political party, even the Labour Party that you're talking about, you said Obi should stay in. Is it not surprising to you that immediately Obi left a Labour Party, they now told Julius Abure that he is not the rightful chairman to that position?
Joel, that is expected, is my point. Opposition.
No. It's not expected. It's criminal. No. You cannot say. You cannot say. That's why we don't have strong institutions.
In the Nigerian's political space, my point. Not
that is what. That is where I was trying to get to the last person that spoke. Right. When you look at the Nigerian political system, you cannot be good if you are so good and you get to the top position, then you know that probably you are the God, just single-handedly was like guiding you. It does not happen that way. And most times we keep saying these people are bad, these people are good. But when you become the president, you are going to be the president of the bad, the good, the ugly, and everything within it. How do you manage it? You see, the ADC, if they can come together and present an OB, I bet you by 12 p.m. on election day, election is over. By 12 p.m. that day, it's over. The only way people can come into... Yeah, no, don't be confused.
Joel,
the
I'm confused.
You can be confused, but the thing there is this, right? Tinubu's votes in the last election, about 60%, over 60% of them came from the core north. He lost that. The way APC is in the core north is like a cancer. I mean, when he gets some vote, he's going to get some vote, definitely. But the thing there is that you know how those people vote. Now, when you come to the south, the southeast, Obi is going to win all the southeastern states. I can tell you for free, comfortably. Forget the what they call it, the defection that you're seeing. Because the thing there is that in this 2027, we have to start looking at ourselves as participants, real participants. Any person that rigs election, any person that you see on the street giving people money is a terrorist. Any person, look at it this way. You know why I tell you this? If you put on a scale, we have terrorists like the Boko Haram, the ISWAP, that kills people, that go in and kill people violently.
I think you are going too far.
My brother, please.
Leave Boko Haram out of this. That's not the issue.
I am not.
What we want you to make.
Mr. Jew,
let me land. You
are going too far. Boko Haram, you will go to
wait, guys. Mr. Jew,
if you put on a scale, the amount of people the Boko Haram has killed, and you look at the amount of people that have died from bad roads, from bad hospitals, and as a result of bad governance, you will see that any person rigging election in Nigeria or heading it is a terrorist.
Very good, Mr. Joe.
Mr. Joe, appropriately.
Mr. Joe,
appropriately. Read.
Joel, you can talk. You can make it brief. Let someone else make it brief, and then come back to you.
Let me just say this.
Your time.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Jewel, we have given you a lot of space to just be monologuing, which is fair enough. We enjoyed you. The thing is, you give no space for anyone else to speak, which is very unfortunate. Let me put this.
Allow me to speak. Then you can now. You can now.
No, you brought.
I allow you to speak.
The last half an hour. Yeah, you allowed me to speak because I was questioning you, so you spoke more, which is fair. The only thing is,
go ahead and speak. I want to listen. Go ahead and speak. I want to listen. Don't worry.
Good.
Go ahead.
Very good. This is all I'm saying. Now, I put this to you and to the panel. I've said this on other platforms today. There are people in the comment section that can bear me witness. Somebody asked me earlier if I believe in democracy. They didn't understand what I was putting forward. I put forward, I don't know if you are here, that Nigeria should stop. We should come together in order to have a more serious conversation over the next 2 years. The 2027 election should not go ahead. Why? Because we're going to have the same thing as we have had over the last 10, 12 years. That is my perception of the look of Nigeria. Given that, between this year, October to March 2027, we should not work. The only people who should work are farmers, so that there's food to eat. Everybody else should stop working. Reason being, we are going to stop that country. We are going to stop the madness that we have been in since 1999 and before, since 1960, if you want to be real. Now, I'm saying this not because I don't believe in democracy, but we have had no good governance in that country since our beginnings. In fact, every day that goes on in Nigeria since 1960 basically gets worse, and it seems that we haven't realized. The leaders that we've had in Nigeria's independent time were far greater than any leader that we have had thus far. Given this reckoning, if we were to stop Nigeria and to position an interim government for 2 years that would do the job of turning Nigeria into a real country, if we as people don't understand that this is what is necessary for us to do, to say that we are engaging in this thing called democracy, then I'm afraid that we are all stupid, we are all mad, and we like the spanking of this horrible, devilish government that we are proceeding. Peter Obi would have, if he came in 2027, would have very little power to run that country properly. I can tell you that for free. And he would fall into the same trap as any good gracing person would fall in, which is to join the cabal, as it were. If you don't understand this as a learned individual, as I can hear you speak, you are an intelligent man, but you cannot operate with blind obedience to Peter Obi, Obedient Party, or whoever. You have to have an aspect of the nation that you personally are going to offer your children. Because right now, what we have in that place called Nigeria is a crock of shit. It's complete nonsense. How you can develop anything from the shit that we are in? I mean,
I believe from nonsense
I
to
get a
make sense.
couple of
brother,
questions. So I
brother,
have to
I
run.
believe from nonsense to make
Joel,
sense.
no, Joel. I may have been here.
Go ahead. I
I'm
just
not
say something.
Joel.
I mean,
My brother.
One second.
My brother.
Please. 1 second.
Okay.
1 second. Joel, to you quickly, Joel. What you said about rotation from north to south, you don't believe in it. I know you don't. Why? Because if at the end of the day, if it becomes a VP to a candidate to Atiku, you would support Atiku because of Peter Obi. So you should,
I won't.
I
won't.
you would. I think you, but that's okay. But that's okay. And to our brother Jago, see, democracy is not getting things your way all the time. Because something's not working for you doesn't mean you have to truncate democracy. I think Patoski was trying to tell you that earlier. Why do you want to turn Nigeria to anarchy because you're not getting your way? We have a democracy. Hold on. In America, I think you probably live in America. The last 2 elections, the Democrats, they despise Trump. They think he didn't win. They say he's not our president and all this other shenanigans. Fine. Just that's the way it works. Almost 50% of the country, perhaps more, don't care for Trump. But at the end of the day, America still has democracy. Because you're not getting what you want in Nigeria, you want to turn Nigeria upside down. Is that the way it works? Is it your way or the highway?
Let me please come back. It's a great speaking point that you bring, both to I and Joel. Joel will speak for himself and answer his own question. I'm telling you, I'm not an anarchist, but I am a revolutionary person. What I'm speaking about is revolution, not anarchy. I precised the motions to get us, the country, back. We are living under a tyranny. If we want to continue that tyranny, fair enough. As you say, you're a democracy believer. You think I want to truncate because I'm not getting what I want. I don't live in Nigeria. I live here in London. Live the way I am a British person not because I'm British, but because I own this passport. That passport takes me all around the world. I'm very well traveled. I'm not stuck anywhere. I'm a global nomad. I can go
Okay, so
anywhere.
in
Wait,
your
let me
comfort,
land.
in the comfort
Let
of
me
your
answer
own
you.
country, hold on, in the comfort of your own democracy
Oh,
in
please let me
London,
land.
you want to
No,
destroy
please
Nigeria, right?
don't. Please don't misunderstand me. Let me land so you understand and can speak to me accurately. Instead of using all these false accusations. I'm not an anarchist. I'm telling you that I'm a Nigerian. I care about that country. I believe it is one of the strongest, it could be one of the strongest nations in the globe. That's my belief. And I believe that because of the people that call themselves Nigerians, that I know, that you know. I'm saying it's not because I'm not getting what I want. It's not because that this thing began in 1999. I'm saying it began from its beginnings. And unless the people take back their power and legitimacy and citizenry, we are going nowhere. If you believe that this democracy of yours, that you believe is being practiced in Nigeria, if you think that's democracy, yeah, fair enough. If you think that democracy is taking Nigeria anywhere, I doff my cap to you and would like to see your own participation in this democracy that you want to underline and champion. Me, I'm not with you in that game. I'm saying to you, we as people have to make a stand. If we don't make a stand, we will be trodden on, as we've been trodden on for the
Okay,
past
sorry,
1,000
my
years.
brother. I know say my voice
Okay.
not sweet. Mona still give me 3 minutes. My voice not
Talk,
sweet.
my brother. Talk, my
Yeah,
brother.
my
Go ahead.
brother, my brother. You know, I want to first of all apologize the way I attacked you the other time. I hold the same view with you. It was when I heard the one 1970 and all that. I like just came out on you.
No
This
problem.
same idea, you know, the same view that you have is what I have. But I wish I can just change my voice now, make it be like your own. You understand? But I go still, I go still. Wait.
I
Wait.
appreciate you.
I go wait first. Or I
So all of that
turn
because
my voice,
jealousy.
make it be like daddy or Baba. Since I don't go fit, I go use the one where I get. Make I tell you one thing. You say they say democracy now for the people, by the people, and for the people, and all that. Now listen, that thing where our brother they talk so say now the same thing. Except that thing happen for Nigeria, and Nigeria no go better. Now, Nigeria, they not be democracy they there. May I define democracy for you. When our brother talk, say, if we can just decide 2027, all of us, the masses, we join together, we say no vote. We want to stop voting. I think they say our vote, then they put them for there. Which we not see them being there as our democracy. So we go stop that vote, we not the vote. So the message we are sending to them is that make they go, make they carry their portfolio, make they come out,
Yes, sir.
make they leave Nigeria. If not Donald Trump, we'll go call and come. Make he can't take them new people, take start. Or we by ourselves, we go look for that person.
Or make we be the 51st state of America.
Not be Obio, not be Atiku, not be Tunubo. All those names we don't know. We don't need anyone. Whether not sent to, whether not be sent to, we don't care. We go by ourselves. Look for the democracy. Me, I tell you what the democracy be. Now, when Nigeria, they shout since how many years? They never even born my papa. Me, I don't the old, I want die. Eh? My children will come the old, they will go close, say they want die. We they ask for light democratically. They no agree give us. You say we did democracy. Democracy now be say, since now for the people by the people, as the people they demand these things, and you go they supply them. That be democracy. That is the definition of democracy. Once the people then they demand these things, you no agree supply. You are no more in democracy. Now only you just they talk them from out. That's the truth. Now, Joel of Nazareth, sorry, I can't mistake you for another person. That's why they say, I see you, they wear nose, a blue nose, something. Leave that one. But we know the quarrel.
What they say, what I mean they talk about.
Hey, no, wait. We know the quarrel. But wait till I want talk. Wait till I want ask you. They say, the thing where you suppose that what should be your concern right now? Now, two things I want to talk. Two very important things. Number one, your concern right now should be By the time they run the primaries in ADC, because Obi run go ADC, by the time they run that primaries, which they are going to run, Atiku will not take the ticket. If you like, pretend. Your concern now should be, where will Obi now go? That should be your concern. If you are talking to me about that after Atiku don't already carry a ticket of the ADC, which they call them, now Obi will go attach himself there. He won't do vice for her, because they say if you do vice for Atiku, they're not going to vote for her. Even you talk out with your mouth, Nana, say you not going to agree support them again.
Yes.
Then they say don't lose all the obedient. That's supposed to be your concern. Say this man, we all know say that ticket now for Atiku, and you go stay there.
No.
After the primaries, that time now, after some months now, they'll do that primaries. Atiku carry in ticket, enter house.
Good and fine.
And then number two, very important. Number two. You know why I get authority to talk with you? I want to talk so? Because I know be Hausa, I know be Yoruba, I know be Igbo. So as I talk this thing now, nobody will come challenge me. Say, you be Hausa, you be if from the way I talk, you know, say I know be Hausa, I know be Yoruba, I know be Igbo. Now, number 2 point. Before you go, they talk of Obi, talk of Soludo, talk of give me any name from the East. There is a problem you first of all have to solve, because Nigeria, they don't talk and say the Yoruba and the Hausa, they don't talk and say Iboma will never become president of Nigeria. Go and sit down, think very well, and wait till then talk be that. You don't solve that problem when you say why Iboma want become president of Nigeria. Let's go solve that one.
Okay.
If you don't solve that one finish, you call the bring Igbo candidate to become president, because for now, me, I know say they never settle that matter. They don't want Iboma there at all.
Isaac.
Yeah.
Isaac, let me answer your question. The major people saying that the Hausas will not vote Igbo man are mostly from the Southwest. Where are you from? Are you from where you say you're not but you have Ojo on your name. So maybe you have affiliation.
Now in Shekiri.
I don't know.
No, forget the Oba Atobe. You get boundary with Osun State. So you think more or less like them. Let me tell you this. The only people in Nigeria today fanning the embers of division and tribalism are from the Southwest. Not all Southwesterners.
It's a very unfortunate statement.
From the elites of the Southwest. Let's look at it. You see, now, all these years now, nobody's talking about Igbos want to take over Lagos. Let us get towards the election now. You start hearing, you to start popping up. Even on this one-man show, people still talk about it. Where are they from? They are from the Southwest. Show me where you see an outside person say it. And even if one person says it, does not mean it is the general public that is saying it. The issue there is that we have tried the Yorubas, we have tried the Hausas, we have tried the South-Souths, and we are still where we are. So the problem of Nigeria is not the Igbo man. So until we get that into our skull, and if the Igbo man should be the best option that we have, why not?
Tell me, sir, are you Igbo yourself?
I'm Igbo myself.
Very good. Now, my brother,
you understand what I'm saying? So
I take on board, Jules. Let us banter. I take on board saying, even though I do not agree, and I feel that the problem between Igbo and Yoruba, particularly, is part of the issue. Igbos, they really like pointing a finger at Yoruba, particularly, like Yoruba people are their problem. The actual problem of that country is the core north.
No.
Wait, let me
the Yoruba elites are part of the biggest problem we have, even to the south.
Jewel, my brother.
Even in southern Nigeria, two presidents of 12 years and one vice president of 8 years From the same region. All of us are from the south. Oh.
Okay. Jewel.
Why you there?
Jewel, let me banter with you. I think our two Naija Oti Losun, I think he's sleeping because he's not. He normally overtakes the communication, but he's sleeping most definitely. Let me say this to you, Jewel, that we have to stand back and really have a good look. The Yorubas are not the Igbo's problems, even though we can critique anybody. I'm a Yoruba man myself. We can critique. The thing is, the Igbo man has to really have a hard, honest look at himself and the nation. The Igbo man wants to run away and call himself Biafra. That has been beaten in 1970, and it came up again through poor Nnamdi Kano, who is suffering in Sokoto prison, which is a great because he's an intellect. I don't agree with him, but I know he has a mind. Now, I tell you this, the way we point fingers at each other and not able to point fingers at ourselves is the major problem. I can tell you every ill of Yoruba people, and I will speak it out anywhere. Can you do the same for the Igbos?
Yes.
I doubt it.
Of course.
With your comment so far, I doubt
it. No. You see, that's the thing. You go about. You see, if you know me, I treat every issue differently. Every issue is unique, and that's the kind of person I am. If you have been following me on this show, I have told people that we have the most useless leaders in Nigeria. Talking about the Southeast, I have talked about a lot of things that is wrong with the Southeast. You've not been following me.
No, I haven't.
But my own thing is, so my own thing is just this. If we want to build a nation, you cannot build a nation with your hands tied behind your back. And that is what you do when you start seeing the Igbo as a different entity. Rhetorics like that is what brings about the lives of Nnamdi Kanu, Owazurike before him, and Simon Ekpa, because you give them that fuel to feel like they are not wanted.
Who is you?
But when you say, I'm talking about rhetorics. Rhetorics like the one you're putting up, right?
Which one? I'm sorry, I don't know.
I said rhetorics, like some of the rhetorics that we put up on this show, right? Like, that Igbos cannot be the president and all that, right? Or the Igbos cannot be.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry, I didn't know it wasn't you. I thought it was your story. But you get where I'm coming from, right? When they see people say stuff like that, these guys represent about 2 to 3% of the entire Igbo race. Talking about all this IPO, whether it's IPO or Mastobo, about 2-3%, and it's the same group that are revolving. But you cannot use their actions to judge the actions of over 97% of Igbos that are doing businesses all over Nigeria, contributing to the society.
Would you say that 70% is vocal enough to be a representation? Because I don't hear it.
No. The thing there is that they are in they come out to vote. No matter how you want to see it, they still come out to vote. The issue there is that the standard that you want to give to the Igbo man, like you're doing him a favor. No, you're not doing Igbo man a favor by making him a president. If Obi is the best person that we have, let's put Obi forward. Let me tell you something. You asked me that question. You said Obi went to join them. Let me tell you this. Trump came out as a Democrat, right? And he switched to the Republican Party. Then there are people you call in the Republican Party, you call the rhinos. Those are the people that believe in wars. The Iraqi war, Afghanistan, because they are military contractors. That is how they sell their armories, right? Their stockpiles. Now, when Trump joined the Republican Party, right? Everybody was looking at Trump. Oh, wow, man, he doesn't have a chance, man. He doesn't have a chance. At the end of the day, he was able to get into power. But when he got into power, what did he do? Look at all those rhinos, he retired them. He did not tell them to retire. He retired them by the kind of work he is doing. The president is very powerful. Somebody was saying here, oh, the House of Representatives or the House National Assembly will not support him and all that. Look, let me tell you, with the way Nigerian politics is being played, if he's the president, I tell you, within 2 weeks, he will have about 30 to 40 members that defect to his party. Even from the APC. I know the way the game is being played. My thing is just this. When you see someone that wants to work, if you know Peter Obi very, very well, and you know what PDP was in Anambra State in the past, when he got into power, you would understand. When Peter Obi came in, PDP was a mafia. PDP was a mafia. And but you need those people also to get into power. So that is why the onus lies on the person. Look at what OT is doing in Abia State. It lies on the person that got into power. Forget it. I believe that if Obi gets there,
Brother
of
Jewel,
which I know he will, right? If
Jewel,
Obi gets there,
Brother
he is
Jewel,
going to do a lot of things that are not, acceptable to these rhinos, right? That we have in the ADCs, and most of them will just, you know what? It's about time I retire from politics, because the thing there is this: if you start building strong institutions, if you start making our elections credible, and you give back the power to elect and fire to the people, these politicians that we're seeing today will not see them anymore, because it will now be based on your competence, on what you say to the people. Obi is going to bring those things. That's the way I see it.
we have heard you, sir. Brother Jewel,
Go ahead.
myself and Isaac have come to a sense of agreement on what I put forward as to the way forward in a country like Nigeria. You have, as an Igbo man, and I'll tell you this, as a Yoruba man, the majority, and this is not for speak sake, the majority of the friends I have that discuss this, our Niger issue, in a way of heart are Igbos. More than my Yoruba. My Yoruba people are slumbering, sleeping, almost accepting any nonsense, as long as they can grab a piece. I'm not. I'm my own individual. Because I know so many Igbos, and I listen to your voice and your rhetoric and what you say, I would want to regard you as a revolutionary-minded individual. Just because you're Igbo, however, we are all individuals, and I respect that. Yes. So, saying that now, tell me, for what I put forward twice now on this platform, what I put forward as to the way forward. What is your thought on it? And I heard you smirk earlier, thinking that yes, I am an anarchist. Tell me.
No, I didn't think you were an anarchist.
I take that back. I take that back. It was the other person who said it. He is now gone. Tell me, what do you really think is a better way to clean shop, as I put it, or to maintain the status quo in having a new election? I ask you.
Okay. We must get our elections right. The problem of Nigeria is the manner through which we elect people into offices. We do not have the right to fire and hire. The politician knows that in order to get into position of power, he has to rig. So he is more loyal to INEC and the judges, not to the people. If you are loyal to the people, you work for the people. If you are loyal to the judges and INEC, you owe their pockets. So the best way, I feel, we will have some type of revolution, not a violent one, but one that will be like very daring. And one of the best way we're going to do it, we're going to still do it through the ballot. We're going to go straight to the ballot and choose. Hopefully, we have someone that we have in mind that we feel that can change things for us. Because at this point in time,
Joy, sorry, you will still continue with your answer. I think you are not answering my brother's question. Me, I want to ask more so that maybe
no. What you guys want is like this. See, we can do
wait
an
now.
occupation.
Wait. I will take too long.
Okay, go ahead.
So that you can just stretch it all together. Now you say revolution, but it's still going to be through voting, ballot, and all that.
Yeah.
But we have to be very careful to choose the right person. We did that in 2023. We chose the right person. We choose the right person because the system is still there. You've not removed that system. INEC said you should go to court. What makes you now believe that 2027 you still need the right ballot, choose the right person? INEC will not tell you to go to court. But give me very good answer. Don't just tell me God will do it.
No.
Don't tell me by the grace of God, though.
No. This is the thing. This is the thing, right? See, this is the thing, right? You see, good governance is a marathon. It's not an event. If you tried something first time in a situation like Nigeria, in a place like Nigeria, you had no governor, you had no state power, no government apparatus, and you made 6 million votes. That is the people. You came together and you got 6 million votes. It has not been hard before in Nigerian politics. In fact, as it stands today, the only opposition we have in Nigeria today are the obedience. We can debate it. Who else is speaking against this government? Who else? So they have played pivotal role. You might say, oh, they are constituting nuisance. Yes, but they have nuisance value. And you can see that the government are responding. They are responding. My thing is just this. Right?
Jewel, I beg. Another question. You see, when we speak, we should speak and give opportunity for others. I want to hear more from my brother Ojo. Unfortunately, our man, Tunaja, Otilosu, is sleeping. Let me say this. You know, me, when I look at Nigeria and Nigerian history, and I'm a historian, believe me, it will be very difficult for anybody to tackle me on global history. The beginnings of Nigeria, I believe it should have, our first president should have been Awolowo. Why? Because he tried and tested and won in many areas in the West. It called so many people from the whole of Nigeria into the West, especially on free education. And he did it on cocoa. That's what he did it on. And taxation. That's what he did. Okay. He, as you are putting to us, tried and tried and tried. I think he went up for elections 3 times, lost out. I believe if he was our first president, Nigeria would not be the way it is right now. Because as you put it, the countenance of the populace definitely relies on the leadership of that country. Now, that Nigeria is now in, Nigerians globally, you might be in America, I'm in the UK, another person is in Germany. All of us who call ourselves Nigerians are fed up to the back teeth, not just of Nigeria, but of the fact that we are in the diaspora. Most of us are ready to go back home. But going back home, yes, sir. Going back home is going back home for what? For what? To go and suffer amongst the suffering. What you put to us, unfortunately, is a mishmash the continuance of the polity that goes on right now in Nigeria. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. The only thing that will work.
What part's not going to work? What part's not going to work?
One more sentence. The only thing that's going to work is a revolution. A revolution of the mind and spirit of our nation. We are deeply corrupted, not just as government, but as a people. That corruption has to be erased before we continue. Otherwise, we lumber from pillar to end.
Okay. My brother, the issue is this, and I think I will make this one, and I'm about to go to sleep because I have to get this kids up in the morning.
I'm with you.
This is the thing, right? I get it. It's like, we're in a very bad situation in Nigeria. But the thing there is that it does not mean that there are not people that can change things around. What we need is just one person. China was changed by one person.
No, it wasn't.
South Korea. Oh no, okay. it was what's his name again? That started the process. You see, we are not saying that if Obi comes in that everything is going to be Eldorado. But if we start a process, let me tell you, if the greatest problem we have is not being able to elect our leaders. If we are able to elect them, my brother, you will see wonders in Nigeria. And what we need is somebody that can build those institutions. And if you ask me, I will say, who has done it in the past? Who has done it in the past? Peter Obi has done it in the past. There's a reason why, if Rochas had come out to say, I want to run for presidency, we are not going to support him. You know the Igbos. We are very single-minded people. For us to say Obi is that guy, believe us, because we know what he did. My brother, you need to come to Anambra State before Obi came in.
No. I went to Anambra. Bros, don't believe me. I've been to Anambra State many times, and I went there before he came in. And
it was in shambles.
Oh, bros, it was a mess, man. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it.
It was a mess.
Brother, let me just support you and understand that I'm a supporter of Obi. I'm a supporter of somebody who can articulate that we need to go away from consuming everything and producing nothing. This is the major statement that made me join that guy. I'm telling you. Nobody else.
And he would have favored us. In the diaspora, he would have favored us a lot. Because let me tell you, once they start doing everything agricultural in Nigeria, then we have sources now to open up companies. How much is it going to take us to open up a company in Nigeria?
The thing is, my brother, 3 years. Wait. 3 years have now passed, and people like you and I have been watching. And as we watch, me and you, we come out with different ideologies. My ideology is to stop this rubbish because it's happening everybody. The look of Obi entering into ADT after all this time, instead of performing differently on his own, the fact that Dati, who I think is another person that we all respect, Dati has stayed. He has stayed in Labour for his own reasons. I'm not a supporter of Labour necessarily. I'm more a supporter of those people I believe can bring us out of this mire that we are in. The thing is, my brother, you can't bring us out of a mire by Peter Obi joining the very mire itself. And I cannot go where you are going in your belief point, given these fundamentals. Again, fundamentally, if we as people do not take a stance to clean and clear Nigeria from its witchcraft that has been performed upon us, we are going nowhere.
I get it. But the thing, Dati Ahmed is a fantastic candidate.
Yes, sir.
Right? But you know what? You know the problem? He does not have political value. That's the point. You see. That's why I said.
Is that why he's been dropped? Because Peter
No.
Obi
It's not.
believes he doesn't have.
It's not that. It's not that's why he's been dropped. Obi did not drop anybody. But you see, when you are making a move, you cannot say, "Oh, I'm coming there, and you're going to make me the candidate, and that is going to be my vice." You have to give him. You have to give him. That Ahmed knew the reason why he was against the move was he knew that he's not going to have the opportunity to be the vice if Obi gets the presidential tickets. But the issue there is this: he can still work. If Obi wins, he can still work in a bigger capacity. And from there, we know, we Obedience, we know who we are supporting for 2031. We know who we are going for. But the thing there is that he needs to be propped up nationally. His work needs to be seen for people to believe him. The difference between Obi and Sowore is that I have not seen Sowore done it before. I have seen Obi do it before. Most people that are following Obi are following based on his records. Dati Ahmed does not have that records. But when he peaks, you can see you can feel his intention. But in the last election, he lost his polling votes. His polling votes. I don't know if you get where I'm coming from. The vote Obi even got from Kaduna was from Southern Kaduna, not from Northern Kaduna. He lost his own polling vote. He does not have. Okay, he is from the core north. How much vote? Obi lost that election in the core north. He does not have any political value.
Obi didn't lose the election. It was taken from him.
No, I'm talking about see, we knew where Tinubu got his numbers from.
Okay. Which
you
is
understand
where?
What I'm saying?
Were they legitimate? Are you talking legitimate?
No. The thing there is this, right? One way to defeat rigging is by voting en masse, which Nigerians did. But what they did was that they cut down Obi's numbers. That is what they did. They cut down Obi's numbers. They left theirs, but cut down Obi's number. In Lagos State, Obi won far more than 10,000. But it was the one that was allocated. Now, with ADC, and then who do we have there in Obedience? It was just the people. We were just doing the much we can. And whatever we are doing in the South, it wasn't corresponding in the North. So these are the stories we had in the past election. So now with this one, the main reason why Obi joined ADC was to get the core northern votes. Because we know that in the southern part of Nigeria, we will be able to pull our own. And in that case, if Tinubu decide that, you know what, I'm going to win this election, you will have people that will start speaking and people will listen. Obi was just a lone voice. Obi did not have the support of Southeast leaders. All these people that you saw him with in ADC, none of them were with him in that election. So he was a hurricane. But the problem was that we could not manage the victory. Why? Because we have a flawed system. So in order for us, that is why I said the revolution I'm talking about is if we all come out, if it's coming up from the north and it's coming up from the south, and Tinubu decides to rig the election, we are going to start it, and Trump will finish it.
My brother, let me respectfully disagree with you. I doubt very much if you will see me on this channel again. I can be seen and spoken to on Dr. Damages more. I had an interest in this one man. I'm not a fan of one man at all. I find him an extremely strange individual. His false accent just puts forward to me falsity. I would like you who are on this platform to let him know that I came on board. Jagun, he knows me very well. He actually stopped me 3 or 4 years ago.
It's okay. I don't believe it. It's just
it's okay. It's okay. I'm not afraid. I'm well past it. but he is a strange character. And in his strangeness, he even comes to Dr. Damage's show to pull them down there. And I'm wondering, what purpose is he serving? So anyway, I would have to love you all and leave you. I thank you for your grace in hearing me out. Dr. Disa Atunaja is sleeping. So both Brother Ojo, Isaac Ojo, and Mr. Joe, it was fantastic.
Thank you. Lucky to you as well.
I wish you very well in
I wish you the best.
our present future. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Good night.
Some other time. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't know who's in charge. I think Tunaja is asleep, and Isaac. I don't know if Isaac is still there. On this note, I will be calling it a shot tonight. Nigerians, it's about time we all wake up. 2027 is around the corner. If you don't like what is going on, make sure you get your PVCs and ensure that on election day that you go out and vote en masse. It's a better way to defeat rigging. When we vote en masse, you defeat rigging. When you vote en masse, you defeat rigging. And for anyone that thinks that they could share money comfortably on the election day, just understand that you're a terrorist. You're a terrorist and should be dealt as one. We have come up with the mantra, rig and buy, and that is where we're going to leave it at. Thank you, Nigerians, for listening to me as we hope for a better Nigeria. God bless you all, and a happy new year. Bye.